Okay. Maybe we should wait for her to get on so she can take notes. Listen her. Welcome, clerk Pollowitz. We can bring back the meeting to order, and we will begin with a presentation from Suzanne Armato, the CEO of West Suburban.
I get copies of this. Do you want copies of the presentation?
Maybe after.
Okay, all right. So I'm really here, I mean, I guess commenting about that, we're not trying to take over anyone's pantry. We're just here to try to help make sure that the people in our communities that we all care about, making sure they have enough food, that they're actually getting the amount of food and resources that they need to be healthy and live effective lives. So I just want to be clear about that. We're not taking anybody over. We have more than enough people that we're taking care of every day. We're just offering to partner if that's helpful to the township. So I'm gonna give you a little background about the Western Food Pantry. Do many of you all know about our pantry? Okay, so we'll be real quick here. So our mission, our vision, community without hunger. We offer food for the hungry and resource for people to improve their quality of life. In 2022, we provided nearly 2 million tons of food. We provided food and supports over 65,000 people, non-duplicated, facing hunger. We connect families also with vital resources, supportive services. The township does an amazing job, much better than us, of providing resources and support. But we do try to help with some case management to try to improve life. And we serve anyone from DuPage County or Will County. So we have been serving a number of Lisle Township residents. And so if we have a store, so people can go into our store and shop for free. They kind of walk through the aisles. It looks like a mini Aldi's. There are hundreds of products there. They can take pretty much whatever they want. We don't have limits. So we have the store that people can go to twice a month, or they can go to our virtual food pantry 2 times a month, or a virtual 4 times a month. We strengthen families so that they offer, do we get the data? Do people see the data on that? That's right. So I just wanted you to see that in January through March of this year, that we have already had over 6,000 Lisle Township residents compared to last year in that same time period. We had 3,400 Lisle Township residents coming to our pantry. So we are seeing an extraordinary explosion of need, unprecedented, even bigger than COVID, at food pantries. I'm sure you've heard about that in the press, between the high cost of food, and it's still hard to source a lot of food. There's some scarcity, and people are just really struggling. So I think you can kind of see just what we're seeing of your residents who you are here to serve. You can see that we're almost seeing double what we saw last year.
So,
Yeah.
you're virtual, how did that, I mean, I can go twice there and twice.
Well, you
versus
can
store?
go to the store twice and virtual twice, or you can go to virtual 4 times a month.
So it's once a week.
And virtual is, if during COVID, when people all of a sudden you could go to Jewel online and go and order whatever you wanted, and you could do curbside pickup. It's like that. You want to order whatever you want from there. And then you can kind of pick where you want either that food delivered. And I think if we were to partner, we could deliver it here, so that your residents would be coming here to pick up their food items. You could continue to do your support services. So that's right. And then the other beautiful thing about this is we track all of this through our software, which is called PantrySoft. So we can then have data that goes to you when you talk about efficiencies, looking at the data, who's coming for food, how often are they coming, how big are those families, what are the demographics of the families that you're seeing that are really in need. You can start to gather all of that data Yeah,
I mean, people could go to, I'm sorry,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
people can come to your food pantry four times,
Mm,
and you can come here
Right.
twice. And that's fine, I'm not, but
That's why I was gonna ask, like, this is a pretty high number. Is it because they don't know to come here, or are they just going to all both? I know that, we're not turning anyone away, right? So I think sometimes we have multiple members of the same household coming in one visit. So are we supporting, or are we supporting? Like, if you're serving that many Lisle Township residents, and we're serving the number of Lisle Township residents that we're serving, is it that you're serving them because they don't know to come here, or are they hitting both?
I don't know if they know to come here or not. I just know who comes to us. We don't say, have you gone to other places? In no way am I suggesting that when someone comes to our pantry and gets food, that we help them get through the week. But there is no way that we're giving them enough food to survive through a week that a normal family.
well, I don't think
That's
anybody's
not the
questioning that,
question.
we're just looking.
We're just trying to understand all
Yeah.
the crossover, and I don't think we have so,
I don't think we track that, right?
Not yet,
Not yet, but we could.
we could.
so. I haven't, I didn't know we're running out of food, because it looks, so I'm just trying to understand, we have quite a bit of food here. But we don't have enough food, so you have to bring food from West Suburban. I'm trying to understand the goal.
Yeah, I think the goal, if we can, I think the goal is that, if your residents aren't able to access enough food here or enough variety, so if we go to the next slide,
Mhm,
so look here, if this
Right.
shows the whole range of food options that we have
okay,
on our virtual food pantry now. Gerald, do you have a range of food options like that at your pantry?
No,
What do you have at your pantry?
well,
In general?
we have whatever we get from the food bank,
Mhm.
and we have to order that gets delivered at the earliest, once every 2 weeks.
Mhm.
The other way we service our food pantry is with pickups from local grocery stores,
Mhm.
all these Walmarts and Jewel Osco.
and how often are
then
you doing
Amazon
pickups?
Fresh. That we have pickups on schedule. We pick those up 4 days a week, no, 5 days a week, actually.
And
And
we're,
6 on Sundays,
but,
6 on Sundays.
but do we have a supply and demand conflict?
Well, here's the thing. We don't know what we're gonna get. So while we'll go to many places, we may get, a big boom of stuff.
Right, like
And
a
then
lot of
we-
potatoes.
Right, and,
Yeah.
or we may not get anything.
Mhm,
So we can only get what they have for us. We get what we get, which is, that's the phrase in the food pantry.
right, but they can come here twice a week, they can
No,
come
they
there
can come
once,
here once a week.
they can only come once a week.
Yeah,
How do we track
We
that?
have 3, well, we have a sign in, but it's very hard to track. The only thing you can do is kind of recognize a face. And even if you do, who's gonna be the one that tells that person?
I know, that's why I'm like,
Right, who's gonna be the one that tells that person? I make announcements and say, hey, remember, this is a once a week food pantry, take enough to cover yourself for a week. But if somebody decides to come more than once a week, yeah, I recognize you were here earlier this week.
or 4
But-
people from the
but
same
I'm not
household
gonna-
fill a cart.
Well, yeah, that could very well happen. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen, actually. But nobody's gonna get turned away, and I'm not gonna tell that person, yeah, you were here on Monday, so you.
Not
can't come back
suggesting
on
that, I'm just trying to
Friday."
understand.
No,
all
I'm
the
just saying that's what
crossover.
happened. So really, and it's not that they're greedy, I think they're just insecure about the
I
food.
didn't suggest.
I know that, I'm not saying you suggested that.
Well,
I'm
when you
just-
say they're not greedy, that we didn't put that on the table. I'm just trying to understand the crossover.
Yeah, I think with the software pantry soft that we're talking about, which we're using very effectively, where people can go and register, then they can go and order. Based on their family size, they kind of get so many points, and with those points, they can go and order and pick what they need, because for us, it's important that we let people choose what they know is best for their family.
Sure.
Like, I don't know what you're.
And are you tracking them by name,
Yeah.
by address, by phone number, like?
We get
what's-
all that information, then they get a client number. And so from that client number, if someone orders this week and they try to go in again, the system wouldn't even let them order again.
Interesting.
Because you've already ordered this week.
And we don't have a system like that.
We have a sign-in sheet from the food bank that they distribute to us. And we ask for the paperwork asks for a signature. And 50% of those we can't read. because people write the way. they
Right,
read it.
right.
I do ask them to print, but then the argument is, hey, it says signature,
Right,
So-
right,
you know, I can't really say much about that either.
interesting.
We do try to track, but, getting back to your point of the 4 members of the same household who come up in the same van and each of them get a cart. I mean, how can you even know that?
It was just.
Right, I know,
Yeah.
So in agenda item 15, we're gonna be discussing pantry soft and what that could work with, for example, it would be amazing if we had it working with you all, because then the information and the data that you all would get would be extremely helpful for understanding the levels of need. the
Sure.
Levels.
What about the families who don't have internet or computers at home?
So that there's a variety of things that we can do with that. We can have a kiosk right here in the entryway. Or right in the sideway. We can also have people call in.
So the
And-
value would be, we wouldn't even need this food pantry area, so now we would gain some space back, right? And then they would just have the deliveries from West Suburban for what you explained in the last meeting, right?
No, what we're talking about is a hybrid system so that we would begin with understanding. Having, for example, 2 days a week with the virtual. And we're still in the new stages of deciding this, but what 2 other days where we would have the old system.
Okay,
And
so we
with
would
this-
still have a pantry.
Yes.
It's
and
supplement.
It
is
would
what I
supplement, and it would help give us data and information and help the community understand their options. And all of which would give more food to the people of Lisle Township that are food insecure.
And what is the cost of that?
What is the cost?
Oh, let's continue.
Okay. Well, I think. We can go to the next slide. Well, I don't have any costs because right now we're talking about doing this. We're talking about sort of doing this step by step. Like we want to build this partnership of, we have this virtual pantry. I don't even want to call it partnership. We're just trying to help out. We have a virtual pantry. You don't have a virtual pantry. We have a software system that helps track data, tells you a lot about the people who are using, tells a lot about what they're accessing, what they need. That's helpful for your pantry to know what you need to start to source. We spend $25,000 to $30,000 a month, hard cash, to purchase the food that we provide our 3,000 visits a week, which is 12,000 people a week that we serve. We do that, plus we do the store pickups, plus we get the nifty food. So that's so we can make sure we have a range of all these foods, right? Because that's the model we use. I think it'll be helpful in this with the software system and having some of your people know that they can access the virtual pantry
Mhm.
and not cost anything, just we're offering here to help, right?
No, I
And then
appreciate
from that data, and then you having data on this end, I would say even someone who comes to visit your pantry, they pick up food, they should register. So you can start to track that, and it's not the mysterious signatures.
Yeah.
We've had the same problem,
Really
right?
has a question.
Yeah.
But what about people that don't speak English? Have you ever came out here and seen what the people look like?
Oh, yeah,
Can't
so
read or
It's
write,
wonderful.
any-
Wonderful. This option with pantry sauce automatically translates into 31 different languages. There's not a software out there that automatically, so right now we don't have on staff all of those 31 languages, but if we show them a computer that automatically translates for them, it's a really great option.
They just want
Photos.
to butt.
we just did a button and the entire, every field translates, and it's 31. We see a lot of Spanish speaking, Russian, Ukrainian, and Arabic.
I got a couple of Ukrainian.
Yeah, right, we see a lot of, so we had to actually change to this new software. We just did this like year, we had a different software before, because it wasn't needing that translation.
But they have to write stuff down and put it in their phone and tell me what they're saying.
Exactly, that's what we were doing too, so now with this, they just hit that button on the very top home page. And then it'll translate up to 31 languages.
So would we share information about people that come to your pantry and come to our pantry? If we use the same software,
Mhm.
we would know if they go to your pantry and to our pantry.
Mhm.
So it's the same client number back up there, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Yeah, there's a way, I mean, there are different ways we can do pantry stuff, but one way is where the systems are like talking to each other. So that they would know, that they like already came to us, or we would know that they already came here, not that they would boot them out of visiting us. So for us, I think this is like just, I think it's about taking some steps to start to gather some data first and foremost. But most importantly, just to make sure that that full range of food options that we had up there. Like, we want to make sure that every one of your folks who come here aren't just leaving with, I know we get a ton of bread products, right? Left over from Jewel and cookies and muffins. It's great, but we always have so much more than we need. And then we have a lot of meats, but like, it's hard to have all those other things like rice or cereal or beans or, pasta, which are foods, are staples, right? And then you'll notice, like on our list, we're trying to be culturally appropriate and options that we offer, like being sensitive. We know who our top folks are and what they need. And so we're trying to make sure we offer those things.
Like, do you have halal meat?
Yes, we do. Yeah. We do our best to have that, but we literally try to track that out. I think we just got a whole bunch of plant-based turkey.
Hamburger, yeah, we got a whole half a pallet of it.
Yeah.
But I'd just like to add one more thing to that too, because here at our pantry, you have client select.
Mhm.
The first 15 or 20 clients are going to select everything. So if you're after that, you may not get any of those things. Because we try to put limits on it, but it's hard to put a limit because you don't know people's needs.
Mhm.
So if somebody gets 5 cans of peanut butter,
Mhm.
do they really need it? I can't say, but
Right.
they had it. So now somebody coming up behind them doesn't have the option for peanut butter because they took all that was donated to them.
Exactly. It's very hard. Yeah. And I think with the VFP, or through pantry stock, you can have, for example, you can have peanut butter as an option, but you can say limit to, 2 peanut butters. So that way you're able to start making sure that all the donations you have go a lot farther. And I mean, we spend a lot of our money. We raise a lot of money and spend a lot of money on food to make sure that we can have that whole host. We're not just dependent on the wonderful generosity of our.
Can I ask you, Mrs. Armato, how long has the pantry stock data system been implemented?
For a year now, yeah.
And before that, what did you have? Your own custom?
It was called Service Tracker, and it was only good for the store, so we had to have a special program made just for our virtual site, which wasn't helpful because they didn't talk to each other. We didn't have good ability to see what was going on in one versus the other. But now pantry stock for us, it's both the store and the virtual, which that's the ideal in the pantry world is to have both of those, because you want to give people options so that if someone's working like 2 jobs a day and running around picking up their kids, they might not be able to come during the day when your pantry's open. As wonderful as it is that you're open, we're open 3 days, and I know we can't get everybody, but the virtual allows people to order even at any time, 24 hours a day. If it turns out at the end of the day, you've worked your job, you've gotten your kids finally in bed, you're finished your college courses, and now you can finally sit down and order your food, you can do that.
How do you pick it up?
Then you would have different pickup location
But
options.
if you're working, how do you pick it up? Do you have evening hours?
So you do have.
And then my other question is, in the hybrid model.
Yeah.
So if someone has milk or dairy and gets packed up
Mhm.
over here and transported here,
Mhm.
how are we keeping those bags of food? So when they pick up, how are we maintaining the integrity?
Well, we have refrigerated trucks that we would bring that over, so it's here, and then that would go in your refrigerators until your people picked up. So we would have to if we move forward in this partnership, we have to agree, these are the couple pickup times we're gonna have for Lisle Township.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Which I would think would be different perhaps than your store hours, or a couple extra, right?
So we'd have to make sure that every source of food we get here has to be entered into the system as well, so we know what our inventory is, right?
Well,
That's-
for now, you're accessing our inventory.
Okay, so we wouldn't, okay,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't have to be driving around picking up from different places or getting a drop.
Well,
No.
we still have one.
We were doing the hybrid option.
Yeah, so so that's part of what our responsibility, or our team's responsibility would.
So then we
keep our-
wouldn't need as many drivers.
Well, are you gonna change that?
Here's what's gonna happen. There's gonna, there would be, or you've had seen this more often, but wouldn't there be perhaps time of change as soon as, people, it would take some time to get the word out as to, for example, advertising, they've already given thought to how this would be done. So this is, hold up, but I mean,
I know, it's hard to see
it's hard to see up a little bit, but there's a bunch of social media options.
flyers in English and Spanish. I think at the beginning of this, it's about helping people start to make that transition to using more of the VFP. What's great about VFP is sort of in the long run, so as you're thinking about your pantry in the long run, this data helps you figure out what do you need for a big pantry, right? Or this is what helps you figure out what are the products you're gonna have to be able to source. How much is that gonna cost, right? Like, because there's a cost involved in getting these food items.
And the other thing is we currently we're not tracking at all what we're giving away. So this would allow, if we had pantry stocked, an understanding of what we're already doing. Which right now we're estimating in tons of, work and in tons.
Well, we know what we order, and we know what flies off the shelves. And so we have to hurry up and order that stuff. There are staple foods that pastas, rice, beans, and vegetables, fresh vegetables. I mean, that stuff flies out of here. But it's just hard to replenish when you don't know what you're gonna get, and you only have 2 weeks replenishment with the one food bank.
It seems like an awful lot of coordination to get done. We wish you well.
Have you started to work with other groups as well?
Oh, yeah, we have a number of partnerships. We have 2 different schools that we do this with now, one in Bolingbrook and one in Romeoville. We have a couple churches that we do this with. We actually have a partnership with a community called High Point in Romeoville. It's a planned community of different economic levels that we actually work with them, where they have their folks who are sort of at 200% or below poverty, which is sort of that federal guideline for pantries, that they are telling them, please order from this virtual food pantry. And then we'll be able to deliver these food items we do that twice a month. And so that's another example of that partnership. We're in talks actually with one of the local hospitals that they want us to do this with options that are specifically for like oncology patients or parents of newly born children who, like, obviously these are people who need food, right? And so how do hospitals make sure, after you've given this great healthcare, how do you make sure that people go home and have adequate nutrition to heal, right? So we're even working with them. So it's a really wide range of folks. And to us, it's we don't have any, it's not about ownership. It's about the passion and the commitment that we just want to make sure that the people who need access to these services and supports of food just have them.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Suzanne. We really appreciate all you do and.
I'm gonna leave the handouts in case that has the flyers on the back too. So
Wonderful.
if anyone, any of the just do that.
Thank you. Okay.
It's not that I don't love you all, but I'm gonna leave because I have a 7 a.m. meeting. Is that okay?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you. And there's 2, this was
Oh, there
a
you go, yeah.
nicer, easier version and has our nice logo in there as well. And here's the Spanish. Okay, then, moving on to the next item is the discussion. Thank you. Is agenda item 8, discussion and possible action regarding the payment of bills through May 10th, 2023.
So I know we got some messages about this. Did we get this cleared up with the audit of expenditures?
Which ones?
Well, the bills, the open bills from last month, from the last audit. So in last month's audit, remember we were late? So
Yes,
there, and I thought we discussed all of the issues and that those were gonna be resolved. We handed all of the issues to operations manager, Joe Wolf. But then I got a bunch of communications trying to find out why things weren't cleared. We didn't not approve your expense.
So there was a signature at the last meeting, we didn't have, you didn't, I don't think anybody had, or Gerald, and you didn't have the signatory, so that $1,000, 1,200 check is bad.
Yes. And that was, the original was voided because the date was wrong, a new one was issued, and we're good on that. That was part of the check run, so that one is good. In the check run, though, we had two, what is green demolition?
So green demolition was in 2019. There was a demolition of the township. So the former building, there was, so this was essentially a accounting issue where in QuickBooks, it looked like it was not paid for, and we made sure the green demolition had some changes in their personnel, and we did not finish paying for the demolition of the former building until now.
So 5 years later, they're wanting $20,000 from us that they didn't bill?
It's 4 years.
Because they
4
did,
years?
they did their own audit and found that it was an open bill.
They found out, did you?
They found it. And we went through our, when accountant, Linda Nader went through our billing and made sure that we hadn't finished paying it, and we didn't. So now we're finishing paying that demolition. 4 years later.
But technically, if we knew that that was an expense from that year, that should have been budgeted for, and those funds should not have been touched, so we should have that surplus. We knew that that was an expense that year, correct?
It would have been, but it should have, yeah.
Yes, and there was a contract that was signed, and that we again went back to and made sure that that was a part of the contract. And we did not finish paying that until,
But what I'm saying, it's like you budgeted, it was budgeted for that year. So we never should have, we should have never thought, oh, we have a surplus of funds because we budgeted to pay for this demolition.
it would have been nice to have known it in 2019, yes,
Well,
And this comes out of just the general fund, right?
yes.
All right, that was the question, and then Eco Lane. For 19,147.50. We're wondering, what is this all about?
Okay, so, in the February Lisle Township Meeting, Eco Lane was approved by the board. And what it is it was it's the software that's optimizing our bus service. So in the time when we approved ourselves to go to be
Yeah.
ready for all of the DOT, we also needed software to run our bus service.
Mhm.
So this is Eagle Lane.
yeah, remember, because we approved the use of the software so that they would make sure they were maximizing
Okay.
their routes. That was the software we approved.
Okay, when can we expect the buses then? I just have a hard time spending $20,000 on something when we have no idea, and I don't want to hear 2 weeks.
Didn't they complete their training? The base.
Completing it,
last
training
week?
is done, drug is
The
done.
bus delivery is in Pace's hand. Diane, I gave you those two correspondences.
Yes,
They were gonna release the buses to us on May 1st. And then somehow there's some type of glitch that they never explained. But they said there's a glitch and they had to pull it back.
Well,
One of the buses was was in the shop or being prepped for delivery. So then on the 4th, they sent another email that said, oh, I'm sorry, the buses aren't ready yet. We'll let you know.
so the challenge with that is we've been paying a salary for now 2 months for people who are not driving buses, which we all know is a problem. So what is our leverage with Pace at this point?
so Pace really is a bit of a monopoly, and they're the ones that are giving us these buses for $100 a month, which is a really great deal. They're trying to make sure that we have our logo.
It doesn't matter if
And,
it's only $100 a month if we're paying salaries for 2 people that aren't driving the buses.
So
That's not a benefit, in my opinion.
So
that
we
we're only paying
really-
$100.
we really needed their labor, frankly, in the food pantry to help run all, I mean, when you look at the routes that they're generally running.
Not
which
at
is-
$45,000 a year.
So, Gerald, we're also working on cross training as well, but really, I think that any day we expect the buses And again, pace, it's hard to nudge a company that's a bit of a monopoly.
No, I disagree. I think that they have an accountability to us and our taxpayers.
I agree, and that's why we're helping to relieve the burden of having them being overextended with their current drivers,
What was the start date of the drivers?
March 6th.
And then don't we have an assistant for the transportation who's supposed to be working the software?
She's been doing a wonderful job getting everything set up. All of the phones had in the flip top phones, the tablets had to be set up. She's been working continuously. Every week, we have an hour and a half conversation with Eco Lane to make sure that we're ready to go for the township. Next week, Eco Lane is coming here for the week in person. They're gonna be training our staff.
Yeah.
Making sure that we're all ready to go. And I know starting a senior service transportation system and disabled system, it's a big undertaking.
There's
And
no
we
question of that.
Have
And I
been
am so
very
grateful.
committed
I'm
to
grateful for the
making
staff.
sure that we're able to
I'm grateful
have
for
the
the
time
staff.
to do this.
I'm grateful for the staff that were hired to drive buses who have been so helpful in the pantry. And I'm concerned about that because those gentlemen didn't sign up to haul boxes and empty pallets. They signed up to drive buses. And yet we've been having them haul 50-pound boxes and pallets. If there is any injury, we have culpability for that. We have liability for that. So that's not what they signed up for.
I understand, and you know what, I didn't sign up to do the Sunday shift either, doing the same thing, hauling
You're the
boxes. and-
supervisor.
Yes, I
I
am.
didn't sign up to have to, haul my garbage cans out every, Tuesday night, but
I'm pretty
heavy
sure.
or not, I gotta do it. I'm by myself. I'm a single widow parent. But the bottom line is that we hired these gentlemen to drive buses and they have been gracious in accepting other responsibilities
Mhm.
above and beyond. And we're not talking data entry, other responsibilities. We're talking, I watched them unload those pallets. I was
Yes.
here. I watched it
Yes.
and it is grueling at best.
Mhm.
And helped unload that day and watch the whole process. And I would encourage all of my trustees to come on an unload day so you can see that, because it is a huge undertaking. And I watched how hard they worked. And I was super appreciative of it, but I kept thinking, man, if something happens to one of these guys hauling one of these boxes, we're in trouble.
So the reality is that's why we have insurance, and usually it's a group of people, including volunteers. Everybody is
In
trained.
their
to
job
lift with their
description, does it
leg.
say they're supposed to lift anything more than 20 pounds?
I haven't seen that in there.
I'm sure most job descriptions say 20 pounds, unless you are hired for that type of labor. I think that we have I think that, I don't know, I just think we put ourselves in a dangerous position. Diane, I need you to be more respectful when I'm speaking. I think we have a huge liability issue when we have people who were hired. Am I the only person who's understanding this? To drive buses and we're having them unload for hours, starting at 7:30 in the morning till 10:30 haulings. Would anybody in this room be comfortable with that?
So again, we appreciate the hour that you came and volunteered with us.
I didn't ask for
in
that.
the
I came because. I
3.5
feel
hour
responsibility.
shift of that time.
Okay,
And
you know
I've been,
Remix is
making
a poor
sure
imitation for
that
strength.
I've been
So what I'm
having,
gonna
for
tell you is,
example,
it's a
like,
liability.
I think that you're talking over me, and I think that, yes, lifting
Because you're
anything
condescending to me,
is a liability.
thanking me for working for an hour out of a 3-hour shift.
Yes, it
That
is.
was really unnecessary.
So I was pointing out that you had
For an
worked the
hour
full
out of
hour.
3
That was
hours. You had to
very,
point that
that
out.
was very, very,
Okay, let's
I'm
move
very,
on.
very grateful.
It's a liability to ask, if there's nobody in this room who was hired to drive a bus, would be excited, would you be excited to haul 50-pound boxes off of crates for 3 hours?
I think you have, Jerry, haven't you?
I have.
As a volunteer?
Yeah.
As a
Here.
volunteer.
Several
Right, so
times.
you knew what you were expecting when you came, so the expectation was set that you were gonna be unloading pallets. Right, but when we hired these
Whatever.
gentlemen, we hired them to drive buses, which is not a physically laborious job, it's fairly sedentary. Nobody, I'm only person who's understanding this, I feel like I'm talking
It's
out of
definitely a
my,
liability, but
okay,
if
anyway.
we're gonna hire another person for that, that is more expensive. I I can't think of the answer.
I'm not saying hire someone else. I just think that we need to be
Training.
cautious of
How to let-
hiring people for one job description
Yeah.
and then expecting them to do a completely different job description. That's what I'm talking about.
I support that.
I'm sorry.
Well, I also see us spending an awful lot of money on this where they should be doing another job. So this is money that really shouldn't be spent in the pantry. And now it is. So we're spending, both of their salaries that is not budgeted for the pantry.
I guess the other question that I have is and I think this is to the clerk's point, is you said you had an assistant. I'm looking in here, I don't see a title for a transportation assistant. Do you know the name of the person and how much that person makes? We know that the two drivers make 45,000 plus benefits, I'm assuming. And what the question is who's the assistant and how much is that person making as well? Debbie's trying to quantify what it's costing the taxpayers each month. And I'm saying what I'm looking at is if we hired this person at these two people on March 6th, we got 2 months. We got $15,000 that we spent in taxpayers' dollars, not including their benefits, to unload boxes out of for general assistance. I think that, or excuse me, for food pantry. I just don't think it's a really expedient amount of time, but do you know what the salary is? And you know the name of the person? Because I'm looking in here and I don't see anybody with a title of assistant or administrator of food pantry.
Okay, so if we look on our website under Lisle Township and we go to the FOIA transparency.
And
center,
after the last meeting,
and
was
staff
released, while you're
salary
looking that up,
and
while you're looking
wages
that up,
and
the last
office
time.
assistant, which is her name, and I'm able to talk through this. And so this is her job description and everything that she is doing and working on. She is working very consistently. So if we again look at the staff
That was the
reports
question.
of
That
what
wasn't the question.
exactly she's doing. And again, it's about 42,000 if I was 42,500 right off the top of my head. I'm sure that we can make sure that we'll get back to you the exact salary. And so when we look at her
I have a
office
question about that.
assistant's report, it's very clear that she was extremely busy working nonstop to help the people of Lisle Township.
No one
We
questioned her
had several wonderful
or her work.
reports of her service. She is bilingual. And without her help, we could not have gotten Eco Lane set up with all of the software and.
You just had one question. He just wanted you to answer that question. Did
Premature.
you hire someone to lead the food pantry after we specifically asked not to hire another full-time person in our last meeting? Because we needed to see where we were at with the budget. Did you still proceed to hire someone when in writing we each asked you not to?
So we,
It's just a yes or no.
the question
Not a
that you
circle,
just
just a yes
asked
or a no.
is
Yeah, just a
not
yes
what
or no.
what is the story that again needs to be understood. In February, we started the process of looking for a food director at the food pantry. We already spent the amount of money for recruiting, and on that, after that first batch of interviews had been done, there were 2 people that were selected as the top 2. After the first one didn't work out, we, after looking at the routes that need to be done on a daily basis and understanding that the buses could come any day, we needed to make sure that we had the
No.
coverage in the food
We
pantry
specifically.
to make
asked-
sure
yeah,
that we could keep
specifically asked
feeding
you not to do
about
anything until we had a
4,000
budget
people
in
a day.
place. But
And
we
the only
asked
way
you-
that you can
we asked
feed
you not to do
4,000
anything.
people in a month is by being able to get the food that we're getting.
How
So
many
the only
trustees
way
at this
that can
table
be done.
asked not to spend, to hire anyone until we got a grip on the budget?
Definitely.
So 3 out of 4 trustees asked you specifically, please do not put us in a position that's gonna compromise us further. Do not rehire for this position until we understand where we're at.
And so I understand that you're
But
not
you
sure
chose
where
to do
you're
it.
at,
You
but we have
chose to do it.
$4.3 million unattached to a budget. And so we have so much money that that the Daily Herald is asking us, hey, what are you planning to do with that money? And I told them, hey, we didn't put on our agenda, the township community center. So one of the things that we're going to be working on is making sure we feed the people of Lisle Township.
That
And
is-
in order to do that, we need to have staff to go get the food. That generally takes about 4 to 6 hours. And that generally is very heavy, as you just
know,
said.
you borderline on overemphasis of emotion at the expense of logic.
I
Okay,
think that
so what I'm
you're
gonna say
not
is, I asked a
accurate
question.
as
We
well.
asked you just to pause. We didn't say not to replace him. We didn't say we would never hire someone. We asked you to pause until the budget committee got a grip on where we were at financially. And you proceeded against the board's advisal, majority of the
I
board's
did.
advisal. Okay,
Because
I
the
just wanna make
reality
sure
is
That's on the
that
record.
we,
Okay.
totally,
We
it's
can
on the
move on.
record. And the reason why is because the people of
It
Lisle
doesn't matter what the
Township could
reason is.
not
We
wait
asked you to
2
wait.
months without
We
having
didn't say
somebody
2
that
months.
was.
We didn't say 2 months.
I understand that, but
We
that's
just
how,
asked you to
that's how
pause.
long that it takes to start, from start to finish, to get a new
So you
hired.
completely ignored us
No,
and
I
chose to do
didn't.
what you wanted to do.
No, I did
We're
not. What
all
we
elected,
did is,
Diane. We're
again,
all elected and entrusted.
understand
to
that,
act on behalf
trustee
of the
guys.
Constituents of this community.
I'd like order, trustee Geist.
I have two questions when you're ready.
Sure.
Okay, the first question is, I'm looking at the website. What is the title of the person who's working for transportation? Because I can't see it.
Office assistant.
Office assistant. And that is, so that we're to know is the transportation person only, right? That's what you're saying? Don't we have another office assistant?
In here it says under her program, Lihe Passports Transportation Dispatch, which means that she is the only person that is DOT that has been under the safety sensitive guidelines.
Okay, so she's gonna fill that role. Okay, just wanted, and she does not, none of these will have salaries on them.
We're looking to put that on the website. And frankly, the other piece is that we're still on discussion and possible action regarding the payment
Okay,
of-
I have a second question pertaining to what was just said. It's probably for Attorney Wasaki. The trustees could have the ability, not today, but could the trustees have the ability to make a motion to have to approve all hirings? I
We did.
realize not today.
We did ask, I thought we did make a motion asking for that.
I don't know if it was a motion or a request.
I don't.
It was a part of your goals of your personnel committee.
Well,
And
it's
again,
for us to have goals or have a voice if we're not gonna be even be.
Excuse me, I asked the Attorney Wasaki.
Minded at all, at all. You will lose your board.
So the question is, can they make a motion at a future meeting to, that the board needs to approve all hirings?
Yes, the board can do that. As you said, it would have to be a future meeting because it would need to be on the agenda.
That's what was supposed to be part of our personnel committee. That was one of the items on the personnel committee. So it's very convenient that before we could even get that into action, that after we each asked for it not to happen, that it happened before.
Nor can we keep abreast of the situation when we don't have the information.
So that might need to be your next step.
And yet we're going to be culpable. for all of
okay,
these
so you
decisions.
had the information that we were on the search. We've been publicly looking for a
No.
director of the food
We had
pantry
a
since
director, he
February.
came one day with no paperwork and he didn't come back. He shouldn't even have started that first day without paperwork on site. That's the first problem. The second problem is
He
that
had
we
paperwork.
specifically
He had
asked,
been gone through.
where's
the-
his paperwork?
Where's his paperwork?
Yeah.
We were told his paperwork is not here. We were told specifically his paperwork was with him and not here in this
So
office.
that's the first problem.
Okay,
The
so
second problem.
you
what-
guys
I'm
are
sorry.
saying
The second-
paperwork as a very vague term. Did he
That
have a
that proves that
background
he's a
check?
hire, that he even worked here. So he came
I-
one day, didn't come again, and we said, please don't replace him until we get a grip on this budget. We asked you.
Mhm.
in-
And we've
in being
gone
responsible.
through this again. We
And we're
don't,
probably
we
gonna
have
go through it
2
again and
months
again.
to start, from start to finish of
We
how long it
didn't
takes
ask
to
for
hire
it.
somebody.
We didn't.
And
ask
when
for
we
the
do
wait.
not have anybody that is going to get the food, I felt that because the people of Lisle Township deserve to have a functioning food pantry and they
Again,
need the staffing to do that.
Everyone here cares about them.
Okay, then that's what it
But
takes.
asked you
And
just
we
to
have more
pause
than
while we
enough
got a grip
money
on
in
this.
our budget.
We do.
With $4.3 million
Well, then maybe we should be looking at
unattached to a
rebate.
budget. Literally
Then
four
maybe
point
we
three
should be
million.
Looking at a rebate.
Okay, so I think that we should be looking at government services. Because that's what people collect taxes to do, is to serve the people. And so I want to make sure that the people of Lisle Township have the employees to do so. Do we want to go back to the discussion, item number 8, discussion and possible action in the bill payment?
It
May
is part of the discussion because you are asking them to approve the payroll. So it is part of the discussion. I do have another question if you guys don't have any more questions on the audit. Did you have any other questions, guys? I don't remember.
We just had the 2 on the 2 checks. I have no more.
Okay, I need a little clarification here because Attorney Wasaki's bill this time round was $22,000, which is significantly higher than it was in the past months. And when I look at it, it looks like we are paying for 2 months, April 7th through May 14th, which was $13,300, it said. And then a current due of $9,369, which does add up to the $22,000, $22,468.50. We have paid last month's of a 12,484 for 1 month. What we're paying every month, so why do we have a duplicate bill this month? I just want to make sure we're not paying twice. No, that's the first part. And why would we be paying a last budget bill into this year?
Me?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I don't know when, I'd have to check with our office manager what was paid. I honestly don't know how up to date it is. I assume that when Linda runs the invoicing, she takes that into account.
Do you, there's the invoices on premises. If you'd like to take a look at that, or maybe accountant Nader can help out a little bit.
I mean, I have access to copies of the invoices, but I don't know without checking with our business manager whether or not they've been paid.
So do we have the bills here for you to look? Do you have the stack? Where's the stack?
Because it's current due $9,369. That's up to March 31st, which I thought we paid everything in last year's budget up to March 31st. I thought that was the whole, we talked about that. And there was a bill that was submitted, and then there's 2 bills. Right, isn't that right, Jean and Barry? There were 2 bills, one that was paid for, one's current due.
There was a bill, there was a payment, and then there was a balance due still, and then a new invoice, I think, if I'm remembering right.
That's right.
Yeah, and I guess I'm probably not even speaking to the mental health, a bill. I don't believe so.
Are we paying? That's a great question, Debbie. Are
Right.
we? We're not paying the 708 board out of township funds.
So the 708 board is intending to take out a loan from the township.
But
And
they,
that us at length, trustee Page, they're a brand new entity. And they're going to take out a loan and pay it back. Is that not what
It has
you're-
been discussed.
It's been discussed at length.
that, are you making payments now before that's in place?
The
yeah,
salary,
we are.
So
Can't be doing
again,
the salary, Lisa Rose is getting a salary.
all of this is dependent on a loan that we're working on taking out
But you're
with
right.
the budget.
Here's my issue with this, or is someone talking? Sorry.
Normally, other townships, for example, pick up the tab to begin with. And so there is normally,
That's a loan. I don't think that's legal. Is that legal?
we're taking track of all of the different expenses that are related to the 708.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm like still trying to track down what has been paid to my firm, so I'm sorry. The question, the question is whether or not the expenses for the 708 board should be paid from township.
It's a lonely,
Well,
Can, maybe I can rephrase.
okay, thank you.
Can one taxing body pay another taxing body's expenses?
Well, the 708 board is not a separate taxing body in the sense that it's not,
Is that that's your statement, that they're not a separate entity?
they
We are.
They do their levy through through the township.
No, we do not.
Taxing body.
We're a different taxing body.
Okay,
100% different taxing body.
so I thought it was added to our levy.
No, it's a different levy.
separate
Okay.
So
Okay.
in September,
didn't-
we're gonna be discussing two levies. That's why we're starting in September, is because it's two levies.
So I get that.
Unless the state law change.
Can I go back to my original question? Can a taxing body pay another taxing body's expenses? Is it
I'm-
just a yes or no?
No, I don't think it's that simple, because there are situations where one taxing body pays through, pays another taxing body's expenses, but it's. like- That's what.
I
it's-
can't,
Limitless.
pay another taxing body.
We're working on creating those agreements.
So did
When
you
it-
get that
when
down?
it- The reality is that the 708 mental health board is brand new. It hasn't, it's brand new. And so part of the things of getting set up is getting all of their documentation in place, all they haven't even gotten their bylaws done, which would then allow intergovernmental loans to begin. So step one is making sure that they have the ability to do that all legally. And when you look at the other townships, they have footed the bill for some of these legal expenses to make sure that they could be done.
Do they have the agreements in place?
I think we're talking about a cart and a horse, and if you want, I'll get you all of that documentation of other 708 boards that have been created with the legal expenses that have been incurred to make sure that they're fully legal.
here's the thing. We don't have a budget, so you are spending money that's not been budgeted. I know you're going to ask for a loan, but we have not given them, no one's approved any money to go over to the mental health board. They, in essence, don't have any money until they get their levy. So everything that's being paid up to this point has been has been fraudulent, because we don't have taxpayer money. We don't have approval to pay for the mental health issues or mental health board issues.
Hollowitz, I think that you need to understand what the word fraudulent means and understanding where the terminology is coming from, because I don't believe that what we're doing is fraudulent. Do you believe that what we're doing, your Dana, is
No.
fraudulent?
I will change that. I will change it to wrong. You're spending money that has not been approved on the mental health board. This is not against the mental health board. You're just doing it wrong, Diane. No one's approved money to be spent to the mental health board, and you're giving them money with the intent that something may happen in the future.
So the township budget has not been approved yet. We're obviously, we're allowed to, under Illinois law, to push that into the first quarter. So we have till the end of the June to do the budget.
Which is why we asked not to spend any more hiring until we got a grip on the budget. I want the constituents to understand.
we set limits.
So anything can be spent at any time. This is what I said a couple months ago. You could spend anything at any time. And I said, so does everything that we do, because there's no budget. So now you have a big pot of levy money that you're spending willy-nilly without approval. You can't do that.
Question in there.
Question.
There seemed to be a whole lot of.
If I could just interject for just 1 minute.
Uh,
Jordana, would you be
from-
willing
Jordana.
to go to the state's attorney and make the presentation that these people have gone through and extended money from one taxing body to another taxing body without an agreement, and ask them if they find a problem with that?
I'm comfortable going to the state's attorney and asking them.
Please do.
Thank you.
It's fine.
And I'd like at the next meeting to have a report as to exactly what was said and responded to.
It's fine. What else?
Anyone else?
Well, are we gonna get any resolution for the payments?
Honestly, without talking to our business manager, I don't have access to our firm's QuickBooks, so I can't see what's been paid. I am fine with, if we wanna, hold off on this until that can be verified, that's fine. I rely on,
Well,
I
there's-
assume Linda did it correctly, but I honestly, I texted her and she said she would need access to the bills to
But
just.
you log your hours?
Yeah,
perhaps?
no, I log
So you
my
are
hours.
aware
and
of how many hours you've logged?
Yes, I
So
am, but I
that
don't
would mean
know.
you would be very aware about the payments. No?
Well,
Not
I,
necessarily?
so I log my hours, I review the invoices, I approve them before they're sent out. When checks come in though, I don't, that's not,
Yeah.
our business manager handles that.
But it's possible there could have been an overlap, a
If
little
there
error in
was,
accounting.
I
Yeah.
understand if we had received a check before, if the invoice had been generated, before we had
Before the-
received the check. I understand that and I see the potential problem. I just, off the top of my head, I don't know.
It happens, but you're gonna resolve it.
I can do it,
Great.
that's not a problem.
So does that mean we're holding the check or what are we doing with the check?
We're gonna hold the check.
Yeah, I'll find out first thing in the morning. She's just, it's.
I'd appreciate that, thanks.
Yeah, not an issue.
Well, I mean,
You're holding
first
it.
thing in the morning, you gotta wait till next month.
That's fine. What else to do?
Okay, do you want to wait till next month, or do you want to say if this is a valid,
It's fine, we can.
okay, we're waiting till next month from that one. Are there any other questions with regards to the payment of the bills? That was the first one, just looking at what we had. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion to move to the audit of the expenditures?
I'll make a motion to move to the audit of expenditures.
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Page and trustee Robinson. Any discussion? And a roll call vote, please. Clerk Collins.
Thank you. Trustee Geis?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, then moving to approving the audit of the expenditures.
I'll make a motion to approve
We should,
the audit of expenditures.
Thank you, trustee Page.
Excluding that one,
Say it again?
are you excluding that? Excluding. You have to say exclude.
Yes. And that is the only one that we are excluding.
I'm sorry, I give it to Daryl.
I had one other thing. Oh, wait.
I'll finish my motion. Like, so,
She said she has one more thing.
Okay.
Do you want to begin?
go ahead, Clerk Polowitz.
I was just gonna say, wasn't there just one more check for Diane that needed to be signed off on?
That was at the top of the pile. That was a voided check and then a reissue. I think the voided check had the wrong date. It was reissued and I think everything is okay. The check needs to be signed by somebody though.
Autumn,
There's a
it needs to be signed by trustee Geist.
trustee guys, there's a post-it note on the side of it said sign. I hand wrote on the side of the. Yeah, he'll give it to you.
49992. I wrote down 49927.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so take me back to where I was. I'll make a motion to accept the audit of expenditures withholding check number 49917 until next month. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Yes, you can, I'm sorry. I got
Okay.
a little distracted.
That's the one needs to be signed.
Okay.
Not by you.
not by you, that's,
Right.
bottom has to sign it.
Right.
Trustee guys does. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and then any discussion? Edit a roll call vote, Clerk Hollowitz.
Trustee Geist? Why can't I hear her? Trustee Geist?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Page?
Yes,
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes,
Thank you.
great. The audit of the expenditures has been approved and accepted, and we can pay our bills. Next, we will have the accountant's report. And Linda Nader is online, and I will. Ask her to present.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. In terms of the report, I don't have really that much to report. We've been really busy trying to get everything put together with the payroll issues for everything with the voluntary contributions. We have all that done. So at this point, I guess waiting for guidance in terms of, it appears that we're going to, I had sent the email around, do the W-2 corrected for 3 years that would go to the employees. And then 8 years of corrected W-2s that would go to the Social Security Administration. The only thing is the board's going to have to consider what they want to do in terms of paying for the amended tax returns to be completed. Are they going to, have a not to exceed, something like that? I did give figures of estimates of between $150 and $200 per tax return. So I gave the figures out in that email, what the at-risk could be for paying for the amended returns. Also on there was the situation with penalties and interest. That was a little harder to estimate because of the fact that obviously some people contribute a lot more to the voluntary contribution than others. And also the employees themselves are in different tax brackets. But I came up with what I feel would be a good estimate of how much it would cost per employee per year. And I did spell out in there that this would be payroll that would need to be paid in order to pay for the penalties and interest, and also for the tax preparation. We do have a situation where 2 of the people that contributed are no longer employees of the township. One person we do have a new address for. The other person, we will have to see if they're currently at the same address or if we need to look further into that.
How did you come up with 8 years for Social Security?
Well, we have 8 years worth of records available to us, and the Social Security Administration does not have a statute of limitations for incorrect wages, because it affects the person's Social Security benefit when they go to retire.
I could go back 9 years on QuickBooks.
Well, in terms of 2014,
Yeah.
do we have the full 2014?
Oh,
I mean, whatever years we have available to us would be what we would need to do a correction on and file that with the Social Security Administration.
Linda, I have a question. You said that you sent out emails to everyone who was affected. Did you do?
No, we did not
No.
send it to the affected employees. I only sent it to the board and Diane and your Dana, so that they could take a look and see what the at-risk was. That was the question that the board had posed to me.
Okay,
Is it your responsibility, though, to contact these members, or is it the township, is it the officer's responsibility? Yeah, so you shouldn't be contacting them anyway.
Contacting the, who?
Employees, we're just saying that's not your responsibility to do that, correct? That's what I heard you say.
Well, I was going to be the one to write the letter on it once the board decided how they were going to move forward.
Well-
I'm not sure.
Right, so. But isn't that something administratively that our office should be able to handle?
I don't think anybody has the knowledge of payroll and how to write this up. I don't care who writes it up, but I don't think anybody there right now would know how to explain post and pre-tax and what happened and what it means to them and what they need to do going forward. And I mean, it's going to be one letter to 7 or 8 people, and it basically will follow the same template, just different numbers would be put in for it.
How much did you get for total exposure for the wages?
Well, I mean, you know, when you take a look at it, there's some people that only put $1,000 a year into it, and there's other people that were putting $13,000 a year.
You couldn't prepare a spreadsheet from QuickBooks that would tell you the exposure?
I don't know what everybody's personal tax rate is.
No, for the amount of money that was inadvertently not reported properly on the W-2.
Yes, I have that. That's a spreadsheet. And
What's
the
the number?
email that I,
What's the number? That's what I asked.
well, I can't tell you that because I'm 1,800 miles away right now, and I'm sort of set up roughshod because it tried to take me an hour to go across town. So I don't have my report with me, but I did email out to everyone how much it was for each year. And I have it by employee also.
Well, I captured 11 employees, 3 of whom are no longer with us. 2 of which are women.
Well, I went through QuickBooks and I came up with 2 people that are no longer with us. So we can take a look at it. Was it 2014? Because the records weren't the best for 14.
do any of the trustees have it if it was sent to you guys?
Yeah, we have, it's roughly $35,000
A year. Yes.
and 6 employees, 7 employees.
Well, I came up
But-
with 11 employees, $257,000.
For voluntary contributions
Calculation of taxes due is 60.
for 3 years?
Not for 3 years, for the total point. The total,
Did we make
I-
any? With the HR firm as far as liability? Did we get
Insurance,
that
yeah.
answer?
So what happened was that the day after the meeting, I called Bob Davis with Connor and Gallagher, and I told him the situation. I then emailed him the situation to make sure that it was in writing and that we were applying, are essentially creating the application for an insurance claim. He said at the time that he had not heard of the company covering this. He didn't think that this was going to be covered, but he passed on our information to their attorneys. So the insurance firm that works with the attorneys that work with the insurance firm.
And what date was that?
That was on Thursday, May 4th.
And did he give you an idea of when he could be able to answer that question?
He did not. It had to go through the attorneys.
And did we look at the policy at all?
Yes, and it does not look like it is, or did you? Okay, it's on our website, and we can, just so everybody knows where all of the contracts and everything is. But it does not look like we were covered.
So we have no coverage if there is any issue with current or past employees as far as there's no liability coverage?
It does not look like we do.
Isn't that,
Here's for this type of, it was said that they had never heard of this situation being done. And again, this
because
was,
we probably haven't had situations where employees or former employees would have to come back and possibly sue us for improper deductions and the expense that it's gonna cause them. And the cost and the burden. There has to be some liability coverage to protect us.
I mean, do we have isn't there such a thing as errors and omission? Like for mistakes?
I'm just a regular person. I'm not a lawyer. I think that's, it just seems like a question everybody should have been asking, like, why is there not some type of coverage for that?
Well, I think right now we've inquired from, for them to check with IPMG, your insurer. I mean, frankly, until we hear back from, their attorneys, I don't know that I can provide that sort of.
I get it.
definitive.
No, I get it. I just don't think it should have been a question.
So I think your numbers, Ed, are close to numbers Linda offered, was about $35,000 a year for the last 3 years. So that seems to track close to yours.
Yeah.
Right. So you went back 8 years or 9
Well,
years.
I'm just surprised that she wouldn't have got that in the spreadsheet. Then. That's what.
Ed, I do have the information. The situation is the employees only need to file 3 years of amended returns. And that's why I focused on that. The Social Security Administration will get the other W-2s that correct the gross wages to that amount, but that doesn't impact the employee. And the board had asked me what the impact would be to the employees. And that's why I put the 3 years down, because that's what the board has to decide if they're going to reimburse for penalties, interest, and tax preparation of amended returns.
So I think we can take this and come up with a position that the trustees and the board can vote on. What are we going to do? Right, but there's still a question about the tax attorney too, which I think is a later part of the agenda.
I think we should wait and see what happens with the response from the inquiry on liability before we agree what we're. Because they may be.
we don't even have any of the numbers. We need, frankly, we need information from the tax attorney before you're even gonna be given the options to fix this. Is that correct, Linda, accountant?
Yeah, because the situation is though, I mean, once you find an error like this, the IRS, technically in their rules and regulations, want to have something, in process to be, worked on within 30 days. Otherwise you can be susceptible to further penalties, if anybody complains about it. So I think it is something that has to move fairly quickly. I mean, whether it's covered by insurance or not, these corrected W-2s are going to have to be put together. So I don't think that's the option, that's not really an option. So they need to be taken care of and put together. The only thing is then is the, township itself going to be responsible for, what they're going to pay for, which, I don't know if there's a lot of leeway on that. If you're telling somebody that something was done wrong, and now, if you leave them with having to pay for their own amended returns and their own penalties and interest, I think you open yourself up to a lot more liability than, if it doesn't turn out that it's covered, then you can get reimbursed for it.
There's no disagreement on that portion, but are these corrected W-2s at the $565 an hour rate,
That's the attorney's rate.
tax free?
The tax. Okay.
Which is
So-
a bit.
I'm reading what Connor Gallagher's, what it looks like they say they include. And I mean, maybe some of these would take care of it. There's employment practices liability claims made, each occurrence or annual aggregate included retroactive from 4/7/2013, $15,000 deductible each occurrence. Employee benefits liability is included deductible $15,000. Coverage includes employment wage reimbursement, $10,000. Each occurrence, 20,000 aggregate. You know, I mean, there might be some things that it does. There's general liability. I don't know, you know, that's underlying limits, excess limit. I mean, it might be in here, right?
We are waiting for the attorneys from IPMD to let us know what is being covered and what is not being
Well, I'm sure
covered.
they're gonna wanna say nothing.
And then on the next meeting, which is May 17th, could we add that? I know the financial committee was planning to have a meeting on May 17th. Could we add this discussion to that agenda? Which will give time with the
Yes.
tax attorney, with our accountant? Is that agreeable, trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Okay,
Can we just answer Commissioner Young's question? Is the corrected W-2s, does that have to be done by a tax attorney? Or is that something we can just
Oh,
do?
you can do that yourself.
Yeah, no, I think I would have heard accountant Nader say is it's about $150 to redo the tax returns, the W-2s.
Okay,
This is to get us the guidance, is to make sure.
but we can do it. We don't have to.
No. What I said was amended returns for each employee probably will run $150 to $200.
Right,
And so that's the employees paying that to their tax preparer or whoever to actually send in an amended tax return for them.
For each year.
3 years.
Yes.
it's 3 years. Right. That answer your question? Because you were concerned that the tax attorney was going to be preparing those documents. I don't think that's the
Right.
case.
no.
Okay.
Was there anything else that had anyone had questions with accountant Nader?
Oh, are you talking? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we're talking.
She didn't give us a report yet.
Okay, sorry, Linda, we're waiting for your report.
In terms of the report, we have almost all of the bank statements reconciled for April. I still have 2 left to do. We just got those at the end of last week, so I still have 2 to do. We have all the deposits in though for that. We have been going through and taking a look at any of the checks that are going to meet the requirements of being over 3 years. We're going to have to make a decision if we're going to contact those vendors to reissue the checks, or else the money has to be sent to the state of Illinois. So that's one thing that we'll need to take a look at. I'm compiling the report now that will give the information as to how much dollar value is associated with that and the dates of the checks. We have all the information put together so that the finance committee can start taking a look at budget information. And I'm going to be getting that over to the finance committee probably by the end of this week. I think that's.
Haven't been adjusted yet either.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear that.
Health insurance deductions have not been adjusted for the new policy year yet.
We are in the process of I have Michelle putting the spreadsheets together for that to see if there's, if there's any errors with it.
Do we have the consolidated list of all of the issues that exist and all of the issues that have been resolved? Because that's the one thing that I've asked for a couple of times. Have we gotten that list together?
Well, I have 4 notebooks of what we've done. So
I get it. But
pretty much every line item has had something wrong with it at some point in time.
But for the budget committee, we really need that so that we understand what we're dealing with. So is there a way we can have that before? When are we meeting?
So,
Before next Wednesday?
Okay, but I really don't understand how it affects. I have everything corrected so that when I export into Excel for budgeting purposes, you have all the correct numbers now. I'm not sure what purpose is served showing how all those numbers changed over the last 6 months.
I appreciate your question. And I think we should resolve it. I'd like to focus on the budget if we can for the next meeting, and just make sure we have all that information. Are you concerned that it's something we need? I agree, we're gonna get it done. It's part of the finance committee, but do you think we need to have it ready for next week? If that means we're not gonna have all the budget numbers together?
Well, she's saying that, do we need it?
Well,
That's her question. It's a different, it's so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me think about that.
thank you.
Paid $86,000. I think you need to get documentation, which paid.
I agree. There's been a list of
Said,
things.
tell her to
that
do it.
I've been emailing her and giving a list, so I'm sure that there's a list that, but we have to prioritize.
Linda,
Pardon?
you say it's in a spreadsheet?
No, I have notebooks full of information on everything that I've done since day one. I mean, I'd be more than happy to put that into spreadsheet format, but it's gonna take like days. So
Okay.
I don't know, I don't think it's a good use of township funds is what I'm saying, but I mean, I'm happy to do it.
Can you share the notebooks, the physical books?
No, that's my work papers.
Oh.
I have a question. So we were going to, I believe, get an email to confirm what the amount of the overpayment for the supervisor was.
There was an email that was supposed to come confirming the overpayment of all frankly, an audit of all the different. An audit of the payroll, and yes, mine was a part of it. I did not get that email. Did anyone else get that email? Was
I
it
think
sent?
you were supposed to send it, Diane. You were going to look into it and then you get it back.
And the Nader that would have created that spreadsheet.
That wasn't what was said, but okay, so there was a discrepancy between what you felt or whoever felt was paying, making the township whole versus Commissioner Young, you had an amount that you had shared that you believed it was, and there was going to be a conversation and then an email to come out. Did that happen?
No, I never received any information from Highway Commissioner Young.
Okay, so Supervisor Hewitt, you're still under the impression that the 79, whatever it was, 7,900 was your total amount, and
No, I'm not. I believe that I'm waiting for a spreadsheet depicting that had been promised at the last meeting from the accountant depicting exactly how much had been paid and how much we needed to amend. And Highway Commissioner Young had come up with a number that I would love to get your math too, because I was coming up with a number very similar to your number. And I wanted to make sure that we had agreed to the same number, and I wanted to get that work just like this spreadsheet that would show me how the work was done. I'm looking forward to getting that spreadsheet.
We did do it and we did send it out, and your Dana has it, and we were waiting for Ed so that we could come to a final conclusion on it. So it
Okay.
has been prepared.
it's not necessarily up to Commissioner Young to provide anything. It's called to your attention that you did not pay the full amount of overpayment. It's incumbent upon you to be able to, Supervisor Hewitt, to figure out what you owe back and to pay it back. This has now been another month that you're waiting for something. So I implore you, because you were going to email us the following day to give us the findings and to tell us what was going to happen. I implore you to get that done right now.
Again,
Hey,
I'm
hang-
not
hang
the
on,
township
hang on.
accountant.
Just tell
You're the township supervisor.
I have several times in email form and in the last meeting, I asked for this spreadsheet to be given to me. It has not been given to me.
And you have the spreadsheet.
Where?
It was
I have
wrong.
never received
It was
it.
wrong. The information that you provided, the attorney and Supervisor Hewitt was wrong.
Do you have the spreadsheet? Here, David.
I have an email exchange and I created a spreadsheet from that.
Okay,
For
where,
my purpose.
Okay.
So I sent it to Linda yesterday, Linda, because I just wanted to make sure that she and I and everyone's on the same page.
Did you
before
send it to the supervisor as well?
I did not, because it's essentially a copy and paste
Well, now,
email
Who's
that
your client?
I want to make sure these numbers are right because it's being bounced all over the place.
So you don't copy the supervisor on something that you calculated and sent to the accountant.
It was a copy and
Who's
paste
your
from the
client?
accountant's email.
So I think we're missing the point of who needed to create that spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet, in my opinion, needs to come from the accountant. And I
It
asked,
did come from the accountant.
not in a spreadsheet. It was in a Word document.
either.
In a,
How about your
It doesn't matter.
A Word document, Excel spreadsheet, you had the data.
no, I didn't, because here's what wasn't shown, wasn't the work. This is a spreadsheet,
Right.
which with Excel shows how you get to the results. And I wanted to make sure, just in a regular proof, that the work was done. And this shows me
Just for the
what I
record,
wanted.
Who prepared that spreadsheet?
It looks like you prepared it, sir.
Are we able to share the spreadsheet that you have?
That's fine. That's fine.
It's
You
not,
can-
the
just-
reality is the
Okay.
document doesn't have any of
That's
this
the
work.
spreadsheet
that
that you
would be-
have, can you
that
give
I'm
it to, can you give it to Supervisor Hewitt so she can show it on the screen? I'd like to see it.
Was the check deposited?
Oh, yeah. Well, oh, we don't have the reconciliation, so we don't know.
Yes, it is in the deposit. It was deposited on April 16th.
These are the easiest for me to do it.
I have not been receiving a check. So there's been 2 cycles that happened where I did not receive a check.
But that wasn't what was stated. What was stated that it was that you should, I know it was preferred that, you know, it comes out of the payroll slowly, but what was said was to pay the money back. I seriously don't think if the taxpayer knows this, that it's gonna fly really well, Supervisor Hewitt, that you owe the money back to the township.
Well,
So-
that you in particular, Clerk Polowitz,
But it
keep
was
saying is
deposited.
that I have somehow been taking this money when I have continuously
Okay.
every month
Okay.
given as much money as I could
Okay,
possibly
now,
give
David,
back.
did you or did you not just say it was deposited?
But that's not the full amount is the point.
The difference.
But she's
That
got-
there-
But if you look at it, she hasn't taken 2 checks. So it was coming up to somewhere around $9,200. And if you look at the 79 she put in, you take a look at almost 2,200 each paycheck, that's another 4,400.
But that's not what was what was said. What was said was that Supervisor Hewitt was gonna make the township whole by giving a check for the full amount.
But
And
that cannot be done.
As given-
why did she give the 79 or whatever, $7,900 check?
Okay, I know
What
what,
happened?
I mean, Clerk Collins, I think the reason why they had to do it this way, if I recall how this was explained to us, is it would mess up the W-2s, that all of the deductions. So instead, have her not receiving a check till that's been reconciled.
So the money at the last meeting, when it was changed, what was said was the money that was already spent, that Supervisor Hewitt wrote a check for, was being held in the town fund till it's all paid back. That was the last thing. That wasn't what was the original, what was supposed to happen, but that's what was supposed to happen the last time. Now I'm suggesting that the 7,000, I'm getting the number wrong, but the $7,600 is not enough to make the township whole. You know, so I don't think this money should come out piecemeal, check by check by check, whatever is owed. If you're going to have it, I think the full amount of money needs to be in the town fund, and then you could do it any way you want after.
Yeah, but the thing is, Debbie, Madam Clerk, the thing is, you take a look at it, she put in $7,900 and some change, okay? And it should have been $9,200. But then she hasn't taken 2 paychecks. So that's like $4,400. So that means that she's all in for about 13K right now.
That is not what was agreed to. That was not what was had to do. So, okay, I mean, maybe accountant Nader, maybe you could do the math for us and show us that. It doesn't have to be this second, but this, you know, in the next couple of days, because I've said this before, you know, this is not our money. This is a taxpayer money, right? So, you know, I think it's really imperative that we show the taxpayers that we're right on this. And it's now, you know, another month and nobody is feeling 100% secure that this has been paid back.
So Clerk Powlitz, what do you suggest we do about the fact that we didn't pay her the last 2 pay cycles? Should we pay her? And
Well,
then
that wasn't supposed to happen, but so show the math how it's all been paid back. Show us what the number was, you know, what the $9,200 was, and then show us where, you know, what was paid, and then the how much out of the last 2 paychecks.
Linda, can you show us that breakdown on a spreadsheet so that we can see it?
Sure.
It doesn't even need to be a spreadsheet. It could be a PDF, but yeah, because there's not that many numbers. But you understand, because maybe I'm the only one. Do you feel confident that you could go to your constituents and say, no problem, no problem? It's all
only because she didn't collect a paycheck the last 2 cycles.
Yeah.
but we know the numbers match.
Well, and that's not even the $1,000, $2,200 that have been sitting on the township for the last 3 months. So actually it's 14,000 that has been due to me.
Okay.
So I think,
I would like to see that. I would like to see that. The other one is, have we paid Assessor Trowbridge his money that's due to him?
yes.
No, we have not. I
Has a check.
have
right?
any approval to do so.
Or there's there's 2 checks that we're talking about. One was by the state and the other one was that one. Sorry.
I'm talking about his salary from that he's been shorted. Assessor Trowbridge, have you been paid your full salary for last year?
No,
When does that get done?
did you hear that?
I heard that, so sorry. Yes, I heard that. When does he get paid?
Accountant Nader.
Wait, why is it? She's the accountant.
It's not my decision to pay him. I have brought it up, and I need to hear from someone, whether it's the board or somebody sign off. I don't have authority just to cut a check with no one giving me any direction to do so.
Agreed.
That's the manager of operations and the supervisor's responsibility. She's just the accountant. She's not running the township.
She's running the payroll. She's the one that actually does the paychecks.
So
And
now we've hired her to run payroll? I thought she was just doing it to get everyone up to speed.
But
she's
Linda,
never finished training.
if the supervisor told you not to not pay her, what authority did you not pay her?
The supervisor did agree to not get paid.
Yes,
Okay.
in subsequent emails.
So Supervisor Hewitt, could you tell Accountant Nader right now to pay Assessor Trowbridge the money he's owed?
I, of course, have approved the full payment of Assessor Trowbridge.
So when will it be paid?
This was approved by the board when it was passed, once upon a time in 2020.
So
We
you're
just-
giving direction to accountant Nader right now to write a check to Assessor Trowbridge.
I do that, and I believe that it was the former supervisor, Mary Jo Mullen.
No,
that-
I'm saying now, right now, you are directing accountant Nader to write the check not to reimburse, to pay what is due to Assessor Trowbridge.
Of course, and I'm surprised that this
So-
took,
Accountant Nader, when do you think you can have that in Assessor Trowbridge's hands?
I can cut the check tomorrow. That's not a problem. And
Okay.
then it takes 2 days to go into the bank account because of federal banking laws.
Before you cut the check, would you please put a spreadsheet together and send it to me with your calculations?
Well, it's $6,000 for 2022.
Wrong.
Can you send them a spreadsheet?
Okay, sure, sure.
I would put a time frame around this. Because
When
we'll
will the-
be coming back and acting like a goof in another month, saying all the same things.
so when will the spreadsheet be available for the assessors to get the payment that?
I will get it over to him tomorrow.
Okay, great, so by tomorrow, end of business, it'll be done?
That's what I just said.
I'm just clarifying.
Well, I'm clarifying back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Accountant Nader. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Ask the
Can I-
accountant one last question. There was a check from the state of Illinois. Did you see that check?
Written to you,
Now, it was, from the Department of, Revenue to, Lisle Township Supervisor, DuPage County, and then they had my name on it. It was $364.50.
it came in the accounting department and I believe Michelle was depositing that.
Who am I giving this to?
Here's the Diane.
Can I just, because I just don't want duplication of work. So, John, I thought I sent you at the last week's meeting, the calculations that Linda had done for the car allowance. Did you, is that number, I know it's not in a spreadsheet form, it's in a PDF she sent. Is that adequate or do you?
No,
Okay,
I want to make sure that it's correct.
That's fine. I just wanted to, I didn't want there to be a duplication of work if it already had been calculated.
It goes from the accountant to the lawyer. The assessor. Two people are getting paid. Please. I don't know.
Yeah,
Efficiency.
I hear you, but we've got some issues that we've got to get resolved.
Well, that's fine. The accountant could have just done it to him. He knows what it should be. Why is she in it?
Can't answer that.
I think you should ask that question.
You know, I'm just gonna make an observation for what it's worth. And I feel sorry for the trustees. We have numbers going back and forth. They're flying around. They're going all over the place. And truth be told, I haven't seen a number match yet. That's very concerning to me. And the fact that it isn't brought up, it has to be brought up by one of us to the accountant, to the attorney, to the supervisor. I look at this and I feel bad because the description that I look at is your mushrooms. You're just left in the dark and we're out here trying to figure out what's going on. With that said, my recommendation, strongest recommendation to the supervisor is to start opening up and addressing these issues head on with the attorney, with an accountant that has the ability to come up with numbers that you can put in front of everybody. And you can look at it and say, this makes sense. I can I can add this up and it works. It's very concerning when we see numbers that come to a penny. Rounded to a penny and infer that that's the number that's totally owed, more that's actually owed. That is very.
Question, are those numbers ever reflecting what the deduction should be? Is that why maybe? I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, it's the numbers that should be calculated. Should be gross numbers to find out what the differential is. And then to your point, then there has to be deductions taken out on top of that.
So that's what we need, he needs to see in a spreadsheet. So this is the number, this is the, and then this is how you know what you're actually reimbursing him. Right? Is that what we're all looking for?
No, it has to be, it's a $6,000 car allowance. So what happens is the 6,000, would get paid out minus that amount from 22 that we don't know why it existed, that $932. And then what happens is everything comes off of that, but nothing, his $6,000 is gross. It's not based upon the net.
True enough.
So it's just the gross.
But is 6,000 the actual allowance number or is it a different number?
No, 6,000 is the number that he would get paid, but in 2022, when I did that printout of each paycheck, for some reason, one of the paychecks was not the same. Well, most of them were off a little bit. So what ended up happening it was $932 and some change that needed to come off that $6,000 to get him to the 126 plus the 6, the 132,000 gross.
So, and that's to my point, it's not 6,000. It's not 6,000. It's something less. And I'm uncomfortable. We agreed I'm supposed to pay or get a certain amount. I'm not supposed to get more. I'm not supposed to get less. The issue was brought up with the previous accountant. He went through and made an adjustment, and then he adjusted the remainder of the payments. I still thought it was incorrect. And I brought it to the attention of this administration. They did not do anything about it. And now we're bringing it up again. And I'm not comfortable with the 6,000. It's less than that. I want it to be correct. I'm not going to cash a check until I know that it is absolutely correct.
That's very
And my
reasonable.
deductions are fair.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. So
All right, so she'll get the spreadsheet.
Okay, so anything else from the accountant, questions? Or is that the end of your report, Accountant Nader?
That's the end.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Accountant Nader. That's agenda item 9, then discussion and proposals of possible tax attorney for Lisle Township.
So I think we had this conversation last week. We know that our hands are kind of tied on this one. We don't really have a choice.
Can we table this until next Wednesday? Because we are looking into the insurance policies of Connor Gallagher.
Okay, and so the other piece that we have to be aware of is the 30-day deadlines.
Where are we on that?
We're coming
Way past.
on the,
Way past.
We're past the 30 days.
so we need to make sure, I thought it was the 17th that we had started the 30, can you look up that 30-day point? But I think we still had some time, but I do believe we need to make a decision so that we can get to having you at the 17th have solutions to decide on.
I think we need the tax attorney because that's, when we're looking at our financials, that's our infrastructure. Right now, I'm not feeling really confident. Clearly about our infrastructure and the answers I'm getting, you can't see the notebooks. Makes me even more uncomfortable. So I do think we have to really get someone on this and.
We
Yeah.
currently
not
have
just-
one proposal, to be clear.
Yes,
We only have one proposal, to be clear. So the Taft is the only one that we have.
what about Anton?
Anton did not get us a proposal, right? in time.
Okay.
Is he still interested? Yes.
I
And
think
was
we
he
did
going to scale
relative
it back?
math with that, and we figured. It's basically the same.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
he was not really very. He actually spoke to starting an investigation, which it
Right.
sounds like we have already done,
Right.
so we didn't need to spend funds on that.
But
So
he
he
worked
was
for the
going to-
IRS, so he had some really good intel.
And he's local, and she will be,
Maybe in Indiana or something.
but if she has all the documents.
And she has the experience,
She's done this before.
yes,
That's the way I interpret it.
yes.
They both have, and he, at the same time, didn't, he was going to give us a new proposal, because what he had learned during our last meeting changed his scope of practice. But again, we only have one proposal to look at right now, and we do need to make a decision with only one proposal. Does anybody want to
But if his
accept?
scope change, if his proposal was to be different, how do we know it's not less than $5.65 an hour?
We don't know. Well, his hourly rate was much less.
Did he know we were meeting tonight and that there was a deadline? Was he reminded?
Yes, he was. And it was, I think that he, again, we have one right now choice with one proposal that we're looking at. Did he have every intention, I think, of giving us a different one? He did write me an email saying it was coming tomorrow. But it's,
Tomorrow?
yes, which is not the right day.
Is there any way for you to call him and tell him we're sitting here in a meeting now? We need to know what that looks like. Because what if we approve this and he comes in at $4.50? I mean,
It is less, but at the same time, we need this answer.
and he's he's in state.
He has offices in state. So does she.
Oh,
He
I
has
thought she was
offices,
coming from somewhere.
yes,
She
she
would have to travel here. We would have that expense.
could be done
Yeah.
by Zoom, it could be done totally virtually.
Oh,
And
And
we should
sure.
take that off the contract. If we're not willing to pay for parking, transportation, travel, including airfare, lodging, ground, we need to take those stuff off the contract.
That's fine. You can.
There's a lot of stuff that should be taken off.
It's a phone complex.
Why were we limited to 2 from?
We're not, those were those were the only two proposals that I had found. I did research.
All sorts of.
So I just- yeah, I just want to confirm that if we were to talk to Anton tomorrow, he would say that he had plenty of notice to know that we needed it by today. And that he just didn't have it ready for us today. He would confirm that.
I'm sure of that, but at the same time, we had an extended conversation last week. And after this meeting, after our previous meeting. And
It's
it
just
was
like-
very
it's just-
debatable whether
yeah.
he even wished to be doing this.
Right, but it was just really just a yes or no. So he would say, yes, he knew we were meeting tonight and that we needed the proposal tonight, but he still said he wouldn't get it to you till tonight. That's what he would agree is what happened.
Yes,
And do we truly feel that we need to have an attorney to do this? Or
Yes.
is this the right person? Or is there another accountant? Or
Thanks again.
We didn't get to meet this person. We didn't get to talk to this person. We didn't get input from this person. The person who we talked to, we asked questions of, and we got input from, we don't have a proposal from.
and I would love to change that if.
But we have until the 17th.
What we have until, is that the correct date that we have to get the advice? But the reality is, here's what needs to happen. The accountant Nader needs to talk to this attorney and get more information so that she can give the board options to make decisions with. So if we wait
She's
until,
not giving us options with viewing the information. So I think it's more important that we weigh the price of
The attorney's got to give the board the option, not the accountant.
well, the accountant needs to have input into what.
But she
those
recommended
numbers
both
are
of
going
these
to.
people, so we already know she recommended both of these firms, right?
No.
Oh.
Attorney Attorney Wysocki found Patricia Beatty. and
Okay,
then
so you.
I found,
Okay, so but you feel both
Anton.
of these are competent.
I don't know anything about Mr. Collins.
Okay, so
My
see,
first
that's
meeting
my
with him.
challenge. So that's my challenge. This person didn't think it was important to come to our meeting last week so that we could know who they were and know what they were about, but now we want to approve giving them $565 an hour. But Anton, who came to our meeting, who we asked questions of, and he listened to where we were at, is giving us a proposal tomorrow, but we don't even want to see what it looks like. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Well, I'm not sure. Was she given the opportunity to participate in our meeting last week?
That wasn't, yeah, it wasn't discussed.
Okay. So I don't
Well, how
think,
did he know to come?
I invited him.
So you invited the person who we're not even waiting for the proposal from? I'm not judging, I'm just trying to understand why would we do that? Why wouldn't we invite both of them to the table, but we're gonna go with the person who we didn't even talk to?
There's also a million tax attorneys when I just even Google in DuPage County.
So I did make due diligence and I called about at least 10 tax attorneys that serviced the Chicagoland, Naperville area.
Who refers you to this tax attorney?
That one was not referred by Google. That's who referred me.
Well, I don't know, but do you see my conflict? It's like, we met with him he took time to sit on our 2-hour call and answered questions, but we're not gonna wait for his proposal tomorrow. But this person wasn't why?
Does
I don't
anybody want to
understand
make a
procedurally why
motion to
we do it.
table this decision till next
I don't know.
week? Or
Well,
do
I
you
don't know
want
if we
to?
can, because if we wait,
Can we?
You have those
weigh
two
in
choices.
via
well,
email?
you're pushing us to make a decision, but we're in a discussion mode. So do you want us to make a decision right now?
There's going to be a
I
decision.
mean, you're
at
the one who
end.
should have invited both of them to the table.
Okay.
You're the one who should have made sure.
I
we had this
wasn't the main
proposal
person
tonight.
having
No,
contact
you're
with
the
Patricia.
supervisor. Stop.
So I apologize for not inviting specifically.
I'm not asking for
Patricia.
apology. You, every meeting, it's always someone else who didn't do something or someone else who didn't.
I'm
provide something or did
apologizing
something.
for not
No,
inviting
I'm just
the
saying
other
we didn't
attorney.
give-
I'm admitting that I did not.
I'm not
invite
asking for an
Patricia Beebe.
apology, but I'm just saying, we took time, that man took time to meet with us as a professional courtesy. We're not even waiting for his proposal. This person, we didn't, this doesn't even make sense. We're not even being consistent. Talk about inefficiencies. We're not even being consistent in how we're navigating vendor relationships. We should have invited both to the table so they could hear our concerns. We should have invited both to the table so we understood what they could do for us or where they thought we were, so that we have a real number from 2 firms to look at and go, okay, what makes sense? Because right now, I feel pressure to approve a $565 an hour rate, and he may come in tomorrow with a rate of $350.
His rate
I'm sure.
is, he's already given you his rate.
I don't have it in front of me right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I will check out the last board meeting.
sorry, Attorney Westside, can you check in dates or? What were we were,
Did you confirm the date?
yes,
So it is my understanding from talking to Patricia Beebe that the 30-day date is not that's not a stop clock. That's not something we need to be concerned about. The
Okay.
30 days has already passed.
Oh, okay.
And so
So what's the pressure today?
it would just be to resolve it for these employees. That would be the only pressure. So I don't have a problem with, I mean, if you want to table it, that's fine. I don't want this hanging out forever because I don't.
Either.
Like, other than that,
We're not even being consistent how we're engaging.
I'd like to table it to the 17th, just for comparison price shopping purposes.
That's a motion?
I would like to make a motion to table agenda item number 10. Possible action.
I think I clarified.
The
Yeah,
problem-
so there's not a board meeting next.
Oh,
so
I'm
can you-
sorry.
It's a
Committee
finance
meeting.
committee.
Yeah.
but I don't
So
think we make
maybe-
Decisions.
Would it be appropriate to refer this to the finance committee for consideration next?
Yes, I
Thank
think
you.
that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Do we need to make a
I-
motion to do that?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to refer agenda item number 10. To be referred to the finance committee
Second,
on next Wednesday, May 17th.
second.
Thank you, trustee McGovern and trustee Geis. Any more discussion? In a roll call vote?
Trustee Geis? Sorry, I heard everything you said and I can't hear an I.
Yes, I feel like I'm
You need like a
shouting at
sign.
you.
I heard everything you said and I couldn't hear that. Sorry. Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson? Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay,
I think
then
that's
that's
a
agenda item 10 down. Agenda item 11, discussion of and proposals of possible action on contracting an auditor. And I do not have a proposal to give you. Linda Nader did find one firm that would work with us. I think that this is another thing that we need to table till the next meeting. Because we need to get some actual proposals that, or a proposal that we can look at. There's right now just a $20,000 figure without a proposal.
I'll make a motion to table the discussion of proposals and possible action on contracting an auditor.
I'll second.
Till when?
Are you tabling, or would it want to refer it to the finance committee for next week's meeting?
Well, I don't know that we'll have the proposals in time.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that, I mean, you know, if you're tabling it for this board, then you can't bring it up again to the next board meeting.
But it's gonna have to be at the next board meeting anyway to approve it.
Well, she's saying we can't discuss it at the budget meeting if we don't do that though.
Right.
So should we? Go ahead.
You can discuss things, you just can't take any action.
Right.
Okay, because I don't expect she's gonna have proposals in a week like that fast.
There's other, the only concern I would have is, and I don't know if Linda's still there, but I'm not sure how long it takes to complete an audit, so I want to make sure that we have enough time for the September due date. And I just don't.
Yes, I am here. And I would love to caution against pushing this off because, but the thing is it's very easy to get proposals. All you do is call, they look at the website and see the last year of audit and they give a proposal within 24 hours. So the problem is if these auditors were called last week and we don't have proposals, I'm concerned that I did my due diligence and I called auditing firms. I contacted colleagues of mine and literally Sikich was the only one that would even give me a proposal. The problem is now is that we're already mid-May. By the time that it would get voted on and an engagement letter could be put together, this is a first year audit for whoever would be the auditor. That's a lot of extra work for them to put everything together and get us on the docket. It's not unusual to have to wait 2 to 3 months to get on a docket right now. So the problem is I would really caution that unless something happens fairly quickly, the audit may or may not be able to be done in time.
Okay, I'm gonna withdraw my motion. And let's move it to for
Yeah.
discussion and approval for the May 17th meeting. Is that what I want to do?
I know that the village uses Sikich.
And, you know, the Main Street Organization of Realtors uses Sikich as well. So I do not know what the other, you know, the other choices would be, but I do know that they've done a really good job and they're a
Yes.
reputable firm.
Okay, so there's 3 other choices that I think will get us proposals. And I have yet to see, the only proposal I've seen from Sikich is the verbal proposal without the anything written in detail, without a contract, without a regular proposal. So again, we could also, at the same time as next week, we could call 2 meetings, one with the finance committee and one with the township board, so that we can approve some of these features that may need to be done.
No, we need to do it.
But here are the 3 auditors that are likely to have more information coming from and where the other townships are going to. So Winfield, Wayne, Downers Grove, all are going with Selden and Fox. Lauterbach and Amen have the school districts. Milton, York, and Naperville and Addison townships. Bedford, Brown and Associates is another one that I would expect to be getting information from.
So, but here's my question. If the only one that Linda was able to even get a response from, and the amount of turnaround time that we're talking, maybe we need to seriously consider the proposal we already have on the table.
So have you seen the documented proposal? I haven't. Have you seen that yet, Accountant Nader?
What happened was I talked to the head of auditing for Sikich. She came back with an estimate and she said that she'd be happy to put in a proposal if we wanted her to do that. I did not do that because you said that you had called a handful of auditors last Thursday morning and we're expecting other proposals. So I don't know why we're now almost a week later and don't have a proposal when it takes about 15 minutes for them to get a proposal once they look at it online.
Well, the reason why from the others that I haven't gotten proposals, and I of course would need a proposal from Sickich. I can't imagine just verbally accepting a situation like that. But the other two firms said that they had people out of town because of the holiday, because of actually having taxes done. Some of their firm members had taken leave. So I was in contact with them and told that they would be getting me proposals next week when people in their firm got back.
Can we go backwards? Did
Mhm.
you tell Linda Nader to hold off on getting the proposal because you were calling the other firms?
Oh, why? That makes no sense in the world. Why would I stop getting proposals? Of course, I believe in giving you all a choice and seeing all this documented.
Why would they be worried about their staff leaving after tax season when they're auditors?
Yeah, auditors.
The people that were giving their bids were out of town. And so in particular, again, this is what I heard from the two different agencies that I was expecting a proposal from.
Can we hear the
No, but
estimate?
that's.
And I
that's a good
haven't
point.
yet gotten an
Have you
estimate.
heard the
No, but
estimate?
that doesn't, she's right, that doesn't make sense. They're auditors. They weren't, they're auditors. They should be able to give a proposal. They're not the.
Right.
So what, again, I have been told was that it happens that some people take a vacation, that they're accountants too. So the people that are our auditors are
So
CPAs.
all the businesses just. stop
I'm
and-
just saying the two that I'm looking for to get a proposal from, a written proposal, were happen to be on vacation. So
Okay.
that's where we're at.
So why don't we just, you tabled it to what? I didn't hear the motion of when you tabled it to. Wherever you're tabling it to, why don't we make sure that all the proposals are in by then, and then put it in the packet so we could all see it prior and make a decision. That's it. Let's move it.
Trying to figure out what the new motion would be. So should it be at the 17th meeting? Or our next monthly meeting, and then we realize we don't have time to play with. So that's where that discussion came from.
There's also gonna be a meeting on the
Do you think you could get the proposals by your next finance meeting?
I think it's more likely to get all the proposals by the 24th. Because that is the other meeting, but I would be welcome and open to getting it by the 17th. So which would you?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Hewitt, what's the 24th, May 24th, or what? What's
I brought that up because we need to have a meeting 30 days before the end fiscal, or the end of June. So we need to have it sometime before our next scheduled board meeting. And hopefully it's a short meeting where we just approve the budget that we've already.
Don't say that. Every time you say
I
that,
jinx it, I
it
know.
jinxes us, because now it's 10 to 10 and we're halfway.
We're not even halfway through, right?
So we have to have it sometime before the end of this month, before the 30th of this month. We have to have a board meeting to approve the budget.
So
I
the
can't be there on the 24th.
community mental health board meets on the 24th, because that's the fourth Wednesday of the month.
They mean the date, don't they?
Hmm?
They mean
No, they mean in the evening.
night, okay.
6:45.
Well, maybe they have to meet in a different space.
They do
But
meet
you
at a
just-
different.
I
place, but
can't,
I
I
think that-
actually have to be at eighth grade graduation.
We need to meet sometime before the 30th
Mhm.
as a board to approve the budget.
And just for clarification, it's not it's just approving the draft budget, so a notice can go out. It's not
Right.
approving the budget, because you have
Thank
to do that after the notice and hearing.
Thank you. So
No problem.
you were present, and so we don't need a full quorum of potentially all the trustees, correct?
Well, you need a quorum.
Right, sorry.
Everyone else is good.
I'm just gonna be
But yeah,
quiet.
yeah,
It's too
no,
late.
if you're missing one person, I mean, you're gonna discuss the draft budget next Wednesday and
Yeah.
have input then.
Okay, so then where do we want to table this to? The 17th or the 24th?
Or
Or,
do you want to refer it to the finance committee?
or,
First.
so we're gonna.
I'll make a motion to refer the discussion of proposals and possible actions of a tax attorney. Or
We're at the auditor.
Sorry,
Item
for the
11.
auditor, sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. I'll make a motion to move the discussion of proposals and positive action on contracting an auditor to the finance committee meeting on May 17th.
And then a second.
I'll sec-
Thank you, trustee McGovern. And any discussion?
I'm sorry, it wasn't, the original one was trustee Page, so it wasn't trustee McGovern, sorry.
I.
Trustee Geist made the motion and trustee McGovern seconded.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Thank you for the clarifications. Okay, and then any more discussion? And then a roll call vote.
Trustee Geist,
Yes.
trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then, moving on to the next agenda item, which is 12, discussion and possible action on resolution number 2023-15, a resolution to establish the Lisle Township Board rules.
So I know we discussed changes last week, or last meeting. I'd asked for any feedback. I didn't receive any, so I just republished it saying this is our second time reading through it. I would like to establish these. We can always amend them in the future. So I would like to make a motion to approve resolution 2023-015 to establish the Lisle Township Board rules.
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Robinson and trustee Page. Any discussion?
Yeah, I had a couple things. I didn't know we were supposed to give it to you and so, you know, there's a couple things that are inconsistent, I think. Like number, I have 2F. Let me see what that is. Where are we? 2F, what is that? Okay, where you're saying that the future agenda items, if it's prior to a township board meeting, you need 2 people, but if it's during a township board meeting to put things on a future agenda, you need 3 things. Or 3 members, excuse me. To me, those there should be no reason why those shouldn't be consistent. Do you follow what I'm saying? They're both for future agenda items. If they're requesting prior to a township board meeting that something goes on an agenda, you only need two people. But if it's during a township meeting to put something on a future township board meeting, then you need 3.
I think that's because you have to have quorum because it's during the meeting.
But so then just wait till after the meeting and then you have 2. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't. It doesn't.
Every time we vote, like even just the vote we just took, we voted to move that action item to the next meeting, and then we voted on it. Whereas we wouldn't all get together for a vote to put something on the agenda before a meeting.
That would. violate-
Well, all you need to do is have 2 board members direct the township supervisor or the clerk to place an item on the township board agenda for consideration if the request is timely made.
We don't have to vote. We don't have to vote on that. But we have to vote when we're in a meeting to change something to the next meeting. So that's why it's different.
My point is that why wouldn't you just not do it at the meeting then and wait till afterwards? If 3 people can't agree at a meeting, then you'll wait after the meeting and just have 2 people.
Not great.
Debbie, you're correct, that is a tactic that people could take, but because during a meeting, you need quorum and you need to, you have a majority rule, that's 3 members. You can't get 3 members before a meeting because that would violate the Open Meetings Act, so hence it only requires a discussion of 2 members and their
Okay.
suggestion.
So if it's turned down at the meeting, then 2 after the meeting could go ahead and put it on. Okay, okay. And then rule 7, what was that? Where are we? I'm sorry. Wait, I don't know where rule 7 is. It is, well, number 1, I'm not seeing it, rule 7. Senior trustee, it's at the first page. Senior trustee and supervisor pro tem. It actually says it's the trustee board member who receives the most votes in the previous election. I think it really should be the person with the longest tenure, or if everyone has the same tenure, then it's the one who has the most votes at the previous election. For our case, you know, it is, but that I think that's what it's supposed to, or what it typically is. Does that make sense?
You have an example, because I don't know if I understand.
So, you know, on our board, I think everyone has the same tenure except for trustee Robinson at this point. You know, sorry, but because everyone was elected at the same time, right? But now go to next cycle, and maybe some trustees will be on longer and other ones don't run, so they won't be on the board but for a couple months, where you have people who are on the board this term, and so they have a longer tenure on the board. So I think usually what we see is that the senior trustee is the person with the most tenure on the board. And then in lieu of that, then it would be the person who has the most votes at the previous election.
I don't anticipate that being.
Just for electing
No,
a
it's just
supervisor
there's a
pro
se-
tem.
no, it's just that there's a senior trustee, right?
That's determined. Yes.
So how you
Yes.
said.
But it-
That's the.
If you're looking to vote for a supervisor pro tem, why not majority votes? Don't-
Yeah. That's fine, but I mean, if you're naming a senior trustee, oh, okay.
3 votes, they're in. If they have only 2 votes, they're not in.
Oh,
Because you may have party differences, you may have personality differences.
This says the trustee board member who receives the most votes in the previous election will be designated as the senior trustee and shall serve as supervisor pro tem for the duration of the term of the board.
This was taken from the TOI.
Yeah.
Township handbook.
but this is also how we've operated, because then it's still based on what the voters' voice versus our personal choices.
Okay,
There's 2,
I'm just calling it to your attention because it just seems you know, contrary to what other boards do, for sure.
Quick
But-
question, okay, so I want to think of an example. So let's say 2 people who were elected are elected again. They're both senior. So how do you decide which one is more senior?
Whoever gets the most votes out of those 2.
Go back to their original election from 2 years.
No, I would to this election, the next election.
Okay.
most recent. I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that I don't see any problem with that.
I just, because you could,
That could be.
I'm just calling it to your attention here, that to me, it's a little off. You have someone who has experience on it, I think it should be divided. I agree. So I would think the supervisor pro tem should be voted on. And if you're just naming who's the senior trustee, because we use that person for other purposes as well, right? If they're labeled as a senior trustee. So that is another. The other thing is, you spoke about it and now I don't know where it's at, but we still don't, there's wording to it, but what I've wanted all along is that, it's very clear that everything that's needs to be in the packet on Friday, and or it doesn't get voted on it's not a for action item on Wednesday, but I think I read in here that you said that it could be changed in 48 hours prior to the meeting. And that might be well and good for us, but you have the public seeing it and seeing a change in it. And I don't think that is appropriate. I think everything should be in there on Friday, the way it's going to be on Wednesday, not 2 days prior.
What number is that?
What
I
page?
don't remember, and I didn't write it down. Let me see. I'll find it if you bear with me, or if we're all looking. Not minutes and recording, probably agendas. Let's see, where are we?
5 in D.
Say it one more time.
Oh, it's
page
on
5.
page 5, number C and D. I'm sorry, 2C and D.
Yeah, okay, perfect, yeah. No later than the close of business on Friday before the scheduled board meeting, that's the agenda. The supervisor shall cause the township board agenda to be posted in the designated areas and on the internet via the website in accordance with the rules. Okay, that's fine. Agenda items. Yeah, this next one, the D. Agenda items and supporting materials shall be distributed by close of business on Friday before the scheduled board meeting. Supporting materials must include descriptions of resolutions and other such business to come before the township board. Any changes made to the documents previously distributed must be clearly communicated to all members within 48 hours of the scheduled board meetings. I personally would like it in there to, the next step of after the township board, then say, or it's not a for action item or something to those words. And then I would like the rest of it not to be there.
Okay, I'm gonna just play devil's advocate. What if there's something that comes up that was
Right,
unexpected? We
yeah.
don't wanna have to wait till the next month.
Like a tax attorney proposal.
So there's still going to be, it's kind of a discussion and for action anyway at the meeting. I mean, wait, I'm sorry. So you want to add something into it?
What we're saying is, what if we run into a situation where we get something or something happens within that 48 hours and we can't wait a whole other month?
Times of the essence.
Times of the essence, yeah.
Like the tax attorney issue, it's very pertinent that, for example, when we're getting proposals and we're waiting for some other firm.
I think
person.
48 hours is reasonable, because I just don't know that we want to exclude ourselves in time sensitive situations and have to wait till the next month, just for time sensitive.
You will not get the packet items till Monday. So you will not get the weekend to read the packets. I will, that's what you're saying here.
What I'm saying is we'll still get the packet in the time that what you're saying, but we don't want it, if they have to add something in a time sensitive situation, we don't want to have to wait a whole other month if it's a time sensitive situation.
Right.
So how would we word that?
I mean, I don't know how you do, but if you don't do it on the Friday, you're not getting anything. You know how it goes. You've seen how it goes. You will not get anything till Monday, and you will not have a weekend to read it, to interpret it, to ask questions, or do anything else. And the other part is, I don't think it's abundantly clear that that you will not act upon it if it's not there in time. I think the intent of what I was posing to you previously is not here.
What if we worded that the packet is due on Friday,
Which it already is.
but
We
only,
voted on
but
that.
only in cases where there is a time sensitive requirement can something be added 48 hours in advance?
I will guarantee you will not get the packet to 48 hours prior, because that's what you're saying, because everything will be an emergency or everything will be gotten at the last minute. And I know I'm coming across very mean, but we've been dealing with this for 2 years.
In the input that you all have had, and we've been doing our very best to get you all the packet and the agenda as early as possible. And so in the last several months, you've gotten it by Friday.
That's
With-
not true. Not all the items have been in there clearly. And, and I haven't been, I haven't been following the rule either that I want. Because that's, it's the point, is that you're gonna read all these minutes at the 2 days beforehand. You're gonna read all this stuff 2 days beforehand. The public only has 2 days to read it. You could change things out, Supervisor Hewitt, out of there. And I know it's a work in progress and I get that, but the public is in there and they're reading it and they don't realize, you know what? They spend the time reading everything and it can be completely changed after, and that's not right. That's not right. So, I think you should put it, I personally think you should put it on Friday. If there's something that's an emergency, maybe there's something we could write.
You've heard your
No.
opinion.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't the two board members add something to the 2 board members could add something to the agenda? We just talked about that. Right? So if something is, so two member, yes, there it is, right? So you've got the delivery on Friday, nothing gets changed or there's no action. If something is an emergency, then 2 trustees can ask for it to be added to the agenda.
Perfect, we're done.
That's-
Yay.
that makes sense.
Thank you for solving that. That was great, actually.
That's a board. We work together to do that.
Look at that, look at us.
I have another question, on page 7, the time limit extension. Because I'm looking at the clock. I just want to know if we do not if we are not finished at 11 PM, then what happens?
You would have to vote. You would have to vote to extend it. That's all you would do.
Do it the city
To
council. in
extend it to
Naperville, yeah.
another day?
Yeah.
So,
I think
so
the-
here's the,
You
I don't
could-
have
City
So-
council in Naperville, they vote to extend it
can,
for the same evening.
Oh, for that same
Yeah.
evening, okay.
so, so there's just so you understand though, the extension process is a little, you can either extend it that evening, you vote to extend it to, you can put a cap on that extension. So you can say, I vote to extend this, or I move to extend this just another hour or something. Or you can move it to, you can continue a meeting if it's within 24 hours. So I'm telling you what the options are. I'm not suggesting one way or another. If it's gonna be longer than 24 hours, then you need to wait. You have to, you table everything to the next meeting, and then you have to wait the 48 hours so that it can be noticed up.
Why
So
are we,
there's a
why are we
period.
putting ourselves in that position?
Yeah, we forget
You're-
to sign the audit of expenditures. So if we don't apply for the extension at 11, then is there? Not applying, if we don't vocalize the extension at 11, then what?
Well, it depends. If someone on the board wants to enforce it, they call for a point of order and say we're over time. We need a motion to-
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not pushing stay later,
It's-
I'm
it's-
just
it's
pushing
not
to keep it
like-
to 1 day.
Yeah, and it's not like any action you take after that is void. That's not what happens.
Okay.
It's really just, you have a cutoff and it's up to you guys to enforce it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I have something else, which was, you have time limits on people to speak, first round, second round. And I know you don't feel that I'm on the board. I am on the board. I'm just not a voting member of the board. So I'm assuming that you're talking about me, that you guys could all have 3 minutes and then I could only have 2 minutes. And so I'm assuming Assessor Trowbridge or Commissioner Young, the time is not consistent. And again, I didn't write it down, the number, but it's the timing. I don't know how comfortable you guys feel with that. I don't know if you spent time reading that. But it's kind of like if you watch the village board meeting and it goes around, I will tell you what the unintended consequence to that is that everyone feels that that is their time to speak, and they will take that time to speak, and then they're going to vote to go around again. And what happens, instead of people who just have something to add, people take their 3 minutes because that's their time. And then you do have it ambiguous that, or you do have it that trustees get 3 minutes, but the rest, the people sitting around the table get, and supervisor, and the rest of the people get 2 minutes. Does that include the attorney gets 2 minutes?
Well, and except by consent of the supervisor or consent of majority, yeah, I forgot about this one.
Where is it?
I
Do you
just,
guys see it?
no.
Not order of business.
Page 15, I think near the bottom.
Okay.
So, oh, I think it's reading that way because the 2 minutes and the 3 minutes isn't restricted. It's just that you can't speak more than 2 times. The first time a board member speaks, it's 3 minutes. The second time the board member speaks is 2 minutes. You're still,
That's restricted.
The F on the next page, that's where it says non-board members.
non-board members, well, you're a board member.
Well, it depends who you ask. I was told that I was not a board member. I know I'm not a voting board member, but evidently I'm not considered. Although if you Google township clerk, it says you're on the board. So just good Google. Non-board members may not speak until recognized by the supervisor. Non-board members shall confine themselves to discussion on the topic under consideration, and their remarks shall be limited to 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if this is, first of all, let's clarify who are board members and who are not board members so that we can like address that. And then we can address the part of we're not allowed to speak until recognized. Okay, so, or for, staying on the topic if something branches off. So is Highway Young a board member?
No,
Is Tax Assessor Trowbridge a board member?
No.
Well, we were all elected.
well, just because you're elected doesn't mean you're a board member. The board is made up of the trustees and the supervisor. Under the town code.
That's your,
I know
You
that-
pull that, you pull that up just so we have it for clarification, that we don't even have to argue about it. Let's just pull it up for clarification.
In each township, the town board shall consist of the supervisor and 4 other members elected at large from the township under section 50-5.
So meaning that I never get any emails because I'm not, she doesn't believe, or that was rude. I didn't mean it that way, because Attorney Wasaki doesn't believe that I'm on the board or worthy enough to get the emails that you're privy to. So that then creates a divide between all of us. So, and no offense to Commissioner Young, but I get why he may not get emails from the attorney, but I'm not sure why Assessor Trowbridge and myself don't get emails. I think we should be privy to what's going on on the board and with the board. And but so that's an extension of the problem to this. And it also, again, it creates a divide because you're getting an email that gives you an opinion about me or Assessor Trowbridge. It's, do you really want us divided like that? I thought we were all aboard. Some of us are voting members, some of us are not.
Well, here's my question, Attorney Wasaki. Are you the representative of the other, are you just the representative of these 4 members and Supervisor Hewitt?
No, I represent the township.
I remember you saying you represented the board. So
I represent the township,
So that's all of us,
so.
right?
Yes.
So
It's
then,
Not, yeah.
not you.
Not me.
I'm excluding.
So
Mhm.
I'm just trying to get clarity here. So
Mhm.
if you're representing all of us except for Commissioner Young, then that means Tax Assessor Trowbridge should be part of any attorney. Township. Leadership. Communications, is that what I'm just trying to figure out where
That's
the
what
line,
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, if we're being represented and it's attorney-client privilege and we're the clients, we should be part of this.
that way we can
So what
clarify.
No, so what I've done is just, my understanding is that the board makes certain decisions and the assessor and clerk do not, so I've limited, some of the communications to the board because you're the ones that make the decision.
And you're deciding who should get what information. I will also tell you, because of that lack of communication, that's probably most of the reason why these board meetings go forever, because there's something that's been discussed that could have been nipped in the bud and done before we even got to the meeting, if it would have been discussed with everybody.
Well, I think that's hard to do with the Open Meetings Act. So,
Again, it wouldn't be a discussion, and I get that, but if you're getting an email to something that maybe I made that too broad, Trustee Robinson, and I apologize, but you're all getting individual emails. Maybe I shouldn't ask this because quite honestly, it's probably breaking the intent of the Open Meetings Act if you're all getting the same ones. But you're privy to discussions that we're probably just reiterating at one of these meetings. And if we would have gotten that communication, it would have probably eliminated a whole lot of grief. And time. I saw you looked at the clock and time.
My question for you then is, would it make sense for the clerk and the tax assessor to be on the communication, since you're representing the township and they are the township? I'm asking, I don't know, I'm
I
asking.
think it would depend on the communication, but I mean, if this board's desire is for me to CC Assessor Trowbridge and Clerk Pollock's.
Well, we do need to get clarification because we all got a disturbing email today from an employee, and I've never heard of. I didn't know that, like, I don't know any board that employees are directly contacting trustees to tell them their dissatisfaction. But it's fine. I mean, I'm happy to hear what people's concerns are. But for employees to have the idea that we're prying into their attorney client, no, this is just, we're looking at like bills and like understanding what we're spending and what our liability is going to be. So I don't see that as, well, we got one today. We all got it, like that there was a concern. So I don't know. I don't know what's, the communication is so interesting to me, because how you spin something really affects people's perception and really creates the reality, right? So I think we need to be a little more cautious in how we are sharing information with the employees, with the staff here, because it's creating a very contentious and possibly divisive, but that's how it works, right? That's how you keep the craziness going, is you just keep dividing different sects of a team. I don't know, but I don't know.
Not sure where you're going with that one, but
I'm sure you know.
with the rules, I'm not sure where we're
What
moving in
change?
this direction.
what are the specific changes we would like to make before we adopt?
I think that we need to clarify who should be on communications. That's what I think the whole question is, right?
Well, that's different than this rule, but if
But
we.
it's not at the same time, because,
Okay.
well,
You could also add that into the rules if you want.
but I think we need clarity on. So are we a township? Are we a board? We're a township and a board, and then there's a board within the township, like, define it so that it makes sense when you establish the rule, is what I'm saying.
I will
So-
say, I would say that we're a board and we all have different roles on this board.
But by definition, Attorney Wasaki said that the board is only the supervisor and the trustees.
I-
There's How does
I
that,
think we could challenge that.
hold on for 1 second, how does that square with the clerk having the ability to vote when there's a tie?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
The only time the clerk can vote when there's a tie is for the appointment of a trustee.
And she should have.
Does that not make her part of the
Yeah.
vote?
The,
Oh, the
I mean, I'm reading the code. It says, in each township, the township board shall consist of the supervisor and 4 other members.
But does it say only?
It just says shall consist of.
Shall consist
But
of.
it doesn't
Doesn't
say
say solely.
exclusively only.
It just
I don't
says
know,
this
I'm
is what it
asking,
consists of.
We can't go forward until we understand that, right? Like,
So
So
I think
the,
it's a bit of a, I mean, it's a bit of an academic discussion. So if you want to include, I mean, we can amend the rules so that the definition of the board includes the clerk, the assessor, whoever else you want. We can, you know, if you instruct me that they should be CC'd on everything, that's fine, I can do that.
well, what is your comfort level with that? Is that something that you see value in?
If you don't value me, being here, I'll be honest with you, I have better things to do with my time than sit here and
I
not
agree.
participate.
I,
If you like my, some of my time that I've been here serving and offer what I've learned in those years.
Yeah.
I'm happy to offer that.
I just want to ask her what your feeling was, because you need your opinion, like, well, how much do you want to be? I mean, I think that's a valid point.
Whatever you guys want, let me know.
What do you think?
so state law is really clear as to what exists.
It's not clear, because it doesn't say solely, exclusively, or only.
No, it says,
And what is your feeling, Diane? Would you like to eliminate me and Assessor Trowbridge from communications? Is that what you're saying?
1 second. Attorney Wasagi said we can make that rule, that the board is comprised of the clerk and the tax assessor.
So just to clarify, what I'm saying is that for the purposes of the.
Of the rules, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
for the purposes of the rules,
rules.
we can be inclusive of that. Are you okay with that, trustee Page? Are you okay with that, trustee Robinson? Are you okay with that, trustee
Yes.
McGovern? So then, what, I make a motion?
Well, let's.
Oh, no, we added as a rule. We added as a
Or
rule,
either
right?
added as a rule, or there's a section here under general provisions. The very first one is. The Lisle Township Board shall be comprised of. I'll just
Page 1,
add to the list.
item 1.
Okay, so let's just add it. That's easy, and that solves it. And in all fair, and with all due respect and in fairness to tax assessor Trowbridge, he's right. He sits here until the wee hours with us. He should be as included, and Clerk Polowitz should also feel as included in this. These are all elected officials. That's up to you. That's your choice, you know, so you just have to decide if that's what, well, how involved. you want to be. I don't have a problem with it. We're all in this together. We're all at this table together, every meeting. Every sub meeting. So I don't see,
Information that's really important when deciding budgets, I feel, to get past information. From the non-voting.
what do you
board
two
members.
think?
The only thing I'm concerned about is because he's under a different taxing authority. Right, and he's got his own attorney, he's got his own situation as well, so that's the only reason I wouldn't. Want to necessarily include him explicitly in the board. I appreciate his participation, I have no concerns with his participation. It's just, he is a different taxing entity. So, and a levy as well, so you run a different show.
Sorry, Ed.
I'm out.
You can
I'm
still
leaving.
come.
I'm doing you a favor, my friend.
We need you for the pretzels, Commissioner Young.
Oh, no, these are for Trowbridge.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so
The pretzel thing.
No.
and okay,
The
so
only one who eats them.
any other changes that we want to make?
Wasn't there something else that you were speaking to? Wait, let's go back. Wasn't there something else, Debbie, that we didn't completely come up with a solution for?
Well, I don't know, the time, if you guys, it's up to you on the times, if you feel comfortable with the having the limitation on time first.
establish that you're a board member, so for the purposes of the rules, so you wouldn't be under a different time constraint.
Right, yeah,
That
correct.
was that, or do you think, are you thinking that 3 and 2 minutes is not sufficient?
That is, well, that is on you, if you guys feel that 3 minutes, what it states is good, that everyone gets 3 minutes, and then you get 2 times to talk, and then what, if you want to talk more, the trustees make a motion to allow someone else to talk a 3rd time, if need be.
I think that's good.
You can do that.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good proposal.
That's
Are
what's
you
true.
really going to enforce? time?
I don't know.
So if we wanna get done before 11,
That's,
that's how
I
you
think
get done before 11.
I think it's more important to do the business properly than to limit it to 11 o'clock. If there's something that's really important to have a discussion, but I understand you want to put it, I do understand that you would like to,
Want a second meeting from a meeting. If we're already staged till 11 o'clock, I don't want to have another meeting to finish the meeting that's ended at 11 o'clock. Let's just finish it.
then there's a provision to make that happen. I think the intent is, let's get on topic, let's deal with the agenda items, everyone gets an opinion. We close out that agenda item, stay focused on an agenda item, have the discussion, have the vote, plus or minus, yes or no, and then move on to the next agenda item. So it's really try to be respectful of everyone's time.
Well,
And respectful of the process.
that would be, that's ideal. Yeah. And I think that's how we functioned the first year. But we didn't have some of the same problems that we had the first year that we're having now. So that's what it led to these longer meetings.
one of the things you don't have in here is the committee meeting minutes. You should go to the clerk. So I don't have any committee meeting minutes really, or
We're approving the minutes this time around, so on our, later in our agenda. So the reason why you don't is because we haven't approved them yet.
well, those are really special meetings. Those really aren't committee meetings. They were special meetings. They called for special meetings.
We
Right.
haven't had a new committee meeting. So that's why you haven't had them to
Yeah, the
approve.
first one will be Wednesday.
Got it. And then, I don't want to prolong this any longer, forgive me, but are you speaking to committee meeting? Are you just gonna say meeting minutes? I know there was, this is all written in the statute, but if you want to write it, are you gonna add whatever you're saying minutes to add committee and committee meetings?
So I'm trying to find this section on committee meetings.
I am too, sorry.
Page 9 talks about a recording secretary.
And that would be for the committees, correct? Committee chair and members, any member of the township board may be named as committee chair. The township supervisor and a minimum of 2 trustees are required for the formation of the committee. I do have a question with that as I'm reading that. Is that the township supervisor, are they required to be on the committee? Obviously they're on all committees as they're on all committees, but I don't think the supervisor has to be required to be on the committee.
I think the supervisor should be required to be on the committee
No,
as the current supervisor.
I don't think so. I think we should have to report.
It's a committee, and then it just goes back to, it's a recommendation. It's not saying you can't go to the meetings or have input in the meetings, but I don't know if you're required to be in the meeting,
Well, I would agree with the requirement. And I think we're getting close to maybe needing recess to perhaps use after this one, get close to maybe a bathroom break. Just putting it out there.
Can I do my budget during the bathroom break?
Why don't we
I'm,
let you do your budget and then, because now you're gonna go. And then I'll go to the bathroom, that way you can.
Like, we're
Sorry.
still working through this, so we're almost there, it sounds like, perhaps. Maybe.
I think there's gotta be some value in us being able to have. Open discussion. And come up with ideas and solutions and present them. And have whoever's the chair of the committee meet with you. Before and after, like, hey, here's what we're planning to discuss. Should we, what's my takeaway? And that person can be representative.
Sure.
And that would be you and trustee Robinson, trustee Page, and trustee Robinson. That way you're staying in communication, but you're not having to sit in another meeting.
I definitely believe that there's value to having somebody that is there.
I think
with a
there's also
different-
value in you not being there too, just so that like we can speak a little more like. Comfortably too, because sometimes it's just. I think there's just value in it. It's nothing personal. I just think if there's value in us being able to have some conversations.
So OMA also requires all of these committee meetings to be public, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean, what? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes,
So there's not a time when you can
But
meet
not televised.
privately without publicly admitting it and publicly letting me in.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
let me-
this is
let me
exhausting. Don't you ever just get tired of being like that? Don't you ever just get
I
tired? It's going to be exhausting. I don't know.
Okay, so-
Well, you make me tired. Okay, what were you
All
saying?
right, stop, children. Okay, so anyway, whatever you want to do with that one. And then
Debbie,
But
clerk,
no, I'm not.
Attorney Wasaki was trying to answer the question. Can you like? wait one
I'm
second.
so sorry, I'm sorry.
all committee meetings have to file the OMA's requirements and be open to the public.
Right,
Additionally, at the last, I think the last regular meeting, you guys passed a resolution to video record all meetings of this board and its committees. So
subcommittees?
yes,
Okay.
because originally I drafted it differently, so those wouldn't be televised. You didn't want them to be, but you guys decided to do that. So that's
I
fine.
didn't remember doing
So right now there's two,
Oh, we can change it.
of course you can.
Oh, I love
That is fine.
Okay, yeah, we can.
Additionally, I just wanna, if the township supervisor is not a member of the committees, that's up to the board, how you wanna handle that. But, she can still attend.
Yes,
committee
we
meetings.
welcome that.
Okay, I just wanna make it.
But
clear
we said that she was welcome to come, but she wasn't, the word we used, I thought we used it pretty clearly a couple of times. She's not required.
Yes, I
Okay,
just wanna make sure.
so that she wouldn't have to, there could be representation of the chair of the committee to liaison with her so that she wouldn't be required to attend another meeting because so that I think it's okay for us to meet without her. But if that's her choice to be at president of the meeting, that's her choice, but I don't think it should be a requirement. That's what I was saying.
And I think also, and correct me if I'm wrong, trustee Robinson, but I think just for clarification, I think the reason that you put in the recording secretary part for the committees is essentially so that the clerk doesn't have to show up to every committee meeting that may have that one of you guys can act as the recording secretary and take minutes. So I just want to clarify that my understanding is that that's why that was added to the roles.
And I'm very appreciative to that, but I was just wondering, so do you want them to then get me the minutes because it's a committee and then I should probably be holding the minutes and so do you want, I don't know if you want to write that in there. That they
Probably,
should.
and then packet, right?
Yeah, Madam Clerk is still responsible for the minutes. The recording secretary would draft them, get them to her. They would be approved at the next committee meeting, and then the final approved copy would be submitted to the clerk for retention. That's
Super.
All right, so the two changes we want, the first is on item 1, page 1, is that for the purposes of these rules, we should probably say that explicitly.
Mhm.
The Lisle Township Board should be comprised of Lisle Township Supervisor, the Lisle Township Trustees elected and appointed, the Lisle Township Tax Assessor, and the clerk.
Yep.
And there's another discussion underway as to whether there's a requirement for the supervisor to be part of it. Part of every committee.
That just seems like like a lot. I mean, like. Then why are we even having subcommittees? What's the value? Then why don't we just discuss everything? Why have us come sit at another meeting if we're doing that? Why don't we just discuss everything at every meeting? Because everything we're doing is only gonna be a recommendation. We already see that we can make a recommendation or make a request, and that doesn't mean it's gonna be honored. So what's the value of the subcommittees? I would like us to clarify that, so that I understand why I'm investing my time. What's the purpose?
We talk about very specific issues. So-
Well, then let's just do them in the meetings. Why have a whole other meeting? Because we can discuss very specific issues and we can make a recommendation, but 3 out of the 4 trustees sitting here tried to make a recommendation and they were ignored. So what is the value? I'm asking you an honest question. You two in particular, since you're the chair of those 2 committees, what is the value of those additional meetings, committees and meetings? In your mind, knowing what we know today?
Very focused on financial considerations of the township.
And focused on employment.
We went through what the goals of
Yeah.
the committee were last time.
Well, we can do that in the regular meeting.
It's to really make sure that those discussions happen and we come back to me and say, if we come up with a budget, let's approve the budget, so that we don't have to have those discussions during the regular meeting. It gives us an opportunity to bring in outside experts too. So we're gonna invite the accountant. We already said that the operations manager is part of the finance committee, so he's part of that committee.
He's already, okay. When it's this, okay, it just doesn't feel very efficient anymore, especially if the result is not changing.
So our
I
challenge,
can, I'm just my opinion, we don't have to agree, it's okay.
We haven't had our first committee meetings yet, though, right?
No, but we've all made recommendations and a request
Yeah.
recently not to spend another dollar until we knew where we were at with the budget. And that was ignored. So we can sit here and we can have these additional meetings every month and take more time and more energy
Seriously,
and correct. To what? To make a recommendation?
to get ignored.
What's the value? I'm not being facetious. I'm asking an honest question.
I see. your
I work
point.
7 days a week, 12, 14 hours a day.
I see your point.
So what are we doing? Well, let's think about it.
so the rules. We're gonna add, for the purposes of these rules, the Lisle Township Board should be comprised of the Lisle Township Supervisor, the Lisle Township Trustees elected and appointed, the Lisle Township Tax Assessor, and the Lisle Township Clerk. That's one change that we all said we would like. Then there was a discussion around whether there's a requirement for the supervisor to be part of every committee. Supervisor has indicated she would want to leave that requirement in there. I feel it's important too, but I'll defer to what the other 3, how you would like to change the wording there.
It's just the requirement that she has to. If you guys wanted to have a committee and you approve of it, and then if a supervisor doesn't want to be part of it, but it's required for her to be there or to be on the committee, there becomes a little bit of a problem.
I would say welcome.
Well,
You could be silent on the topic.
well, we have to say what it takes to form a committee, and it's saying that there needs to be a minimum of 3 members, I think is what we're saying.
I thought it read, there's a chairperson, and then it's supervisor, and then 2 trustees. So, am I reading that wrong? It almost sounded like there needs to be 4.
I think I thought the intent was that the township supervisor and a minimum of 2 trustees are required for the formation of the committee.
I'm not sure it reads exactly like that, because I think it labels, I may be wrong now, I'm gonna try to find it, but it said chairman first. Then it said supervisor, then it
Yeah.
said 2
As
trustees.
committee chair, and then the supervisor and a minimum of 2 trustees
So
are,
it
yeah.
it may be it just may be better to do.
Two
Put a
separate-
period instead of.
Okay, yeah, it says any member of the township board may be named as the committee chair. The township supervisor and a minimum of 2 trustees are required for the formation of a committee. Maybe it was just my interpretation on it, but
If there's multiple interpretations in the sentence, it makes sense to
Make
fix
it a
it.
period.
Yeah, so
right.
I think that the period helps, and then it's a matter of whether or not you guys want to have the township supervisor at the beginning of that sentence, or if you want to change the minimum to 3 trustees. It's up to you.
Or 3 board members.
3 board members,
That's fine.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So we change it to say a minimum of 3 board members are required for the formation of a committee.
Mhm.
Is that all the discussion?
well, there were others, right? That we talked about?
What, sorry, what were the other ones?
Okay, I wrote down 2F, what's that? I mean, I'm going backwards now. Oh, the future agenda items, were you guys fine with that one? I don't know where that ended up.
I think we,
Agenda.
the board members could add something, so we're good. We're gonna.
We're good with that one. Okay, then there was, what else was there? I just talked this whole time and they're not written down. What else was there?
I think that was it.
I thought
The recording secretary, we talked about, that we're fine with that the way it is, or or are you labeling out that they're getting the minutes? Oh, did we finish the packets? The packets being there, that was the change. So they need to be done on Friday. That's bigger than this minutes and recording secretary. The packets need to, what, do you remember where that is, the packets?
I think
No,
the-
we already agreed on that one.
I know, but we didn't say it right now, did we?
I think we
because
agreed. Changes.
Page 5, delivery of agenda and supporting materials. Judy.
What page is it? I apologize. 5 C and D. Weren't we going to change it to take the last sentence out? And then put that the two board members? Or were you taking that out altogether?
Well, no, because the 2 board members is already a rule in another line item that they can add to an agenda item, so you don't have to add it there. Remember, you pointed that out already.
Read what it says on the last sentence on D on page 5. It says any changes made to documents previously distributed must be clearly communicated to all board members within 48 hours of the scheduled board meeting. That's
That
not,
last part. You want the last part striked out, right? Just that part, that sentence?
yeah, that should be taken out.
Okay, I remember that, that's right, okay.
Now, if you want to be very clear on it, you could say the 2 board member, if any changes made to documents previously distributed must be approved by 2 board members. Maybe within 48 hours of the scheduled board meeting. How about that?
You just refer to the next item, which is, well, the next section, which is F1.
But it's really not clear, I think, if you don't put that.
Okay.
Any changes made to documents previously distributed must be approved by 2 board members within 48 hours of the scheduled board meeting.
We're taking that, we're striking that line.
I think
No,
she
I
got-
just changed it. based off of what we said.
Oh, added the 2 board members. Okay, yeah. So reword it
Must
that.
be approved by 2 board members. And now, do you want to make it clearer? Agenda items and supporting materials shall be distributed by close of business on the Friday before the scheduled board meeting. Supporting materials must include descriptions of resolutions and other such business to come before the township board. Something stronger to the fact that for action, supporting materials must include descriptions of resolutions and other such business to come before the township board. That's not the best wording.
I'm comfortable with the way it is. So you're just saying change the wording on the last sentence, say any changes made to documents previously distributed must be approved by 2 board members. And I would say, and communicated to all board members within 24 hours of the scheduled meeting.
24 or 48, it says 48 in there.
I'm losing it. Okay,
Because it's 10:41.
right. Okay, you got 15 minutes to wrap this up. Okay,
Okay,
so I have changed, so the rules, thank you all for your time, is, rules, I've got changed, rural general provisions, so she's here, okay. Make a motion to approve the rules with the amendment of general provisions 1, for the purposes of these rules. The Lisle Township Board should be comprised of the Lisle Township Supervisor, the Lisle Township Trustees elected and appointed, the Lisle Township Tax Assessor, and the Lisle Township Clerk. That's one change that we'll make, and when we publish it. The other is on page 5, under item 2D. The final paragraph will be changed. We say any changes made to documents previously distributed must be approved by 2 board members and clearly communicated to all board members within 48 hours of the scheduled board meeting. There was one more change I thought, it has to do with, on page 9, committees, committee chair and members. Any member of the township board may be named as the committee chair, period. A minimum of 3 board members are required for the formation of a committee. I think was the wording change that you wanted. And I think that was all I had. So the motion was to approve them with those amendments.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Robinson and trustee Page. Any other discussion? And then a roll call vote.
trustee Geis,
Yes.
trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, they're approved. Resolution number 2023-15 is approved with the 3 amendments. Do we want to discuss the extension of this meeting because those rules now go into effect? Or do we want to take a recess for a bathroom break? We need to at least take a recess.
Let's take a recess.
Okay, let's take a recess.
I don't want to be here until midnight.
We are back from recess. And we're gonna be going back to the 13th, to the 13th agenda item, discussion of possible action on deadlines, meeting dates for the 2023-24 budget approval process, and we have gone through that actually. It sounds like in the meeting, so it sounds like on the 17th, we're gonna have the financial committee meet. And we will discuss the budget, we'll discuss the auditors, we'll discuss the tax accountant. And then on the 24th, we're going to meet again. And it sounds like we could also perhaps have a section of this be a regular full board meeting to take some of these actions that we need to take as a full board. Is that would then allow the 24th to be the time at which we're accepting the proposed budget from trustee Robinson and looking to publish that budget. Is that?
So do you need a motion?
No, we don't. We're just discussing and making sure we're all on the same page and that we're good with this timeline. for this budget approval. Is this all acceptable? Does anybody have any more?
The only thing I would add is that because I know trustee Page also attends, the mental health board meets on the 24th at 6:45 p.m. I don't know if you want to move it to a different day that week, or if they meet they're meeting at the Lisle Library.
So is there a way you guys can meet here and that way you're already here?
We could do that, or I could skip that particular meeting because Lisa goes and she'll share the minutes with me.
That's
So
fine,
then I
that's
can
fine.
carry that information here. So I want to get our business done.
That's fine. I just wanted to raise it because.
Yeah,
And I
thank
would
you.
like,
Conflict.
Thank you for pointing that out.
I would like to be there. I would, is there another date aside from the 24th that we could meet? If we're looking at a calendar. So we have the 17th. Is there,
Yeah, that's fine.
is so,
17th, we're here already.
right, so.
24th, we're here.
Oh, well, I'm asking, is the 20, could we choose another date other than the 24th?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Mm.
confused. I thought we already had, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm just, there's a number of us with a conflict on the 24th.
okay, yeah.
Trustee McGovern had one, I have one, you have one, and Rodina has one, so I'm thinking that with that many people, we might prefer a different date other than the 24th. Is there anything in particular you would prefer, Trustee Robinson?
Any day that works for everybody else, my schedule's fine.
Does the 23rd or does the 25th?
I could do the 23rd. That was already scheduled for something and it was changed.
I feel like, I don't.
It
It
was-
was originally wanting to do the
NIU.
NIU,
Right.
but they couldn't do it then.
Right, but I had blocked that day out, so I'm free that day.
Me too. Does the 23rd sound agreeable to everyone else?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm still looking at
Yeah. please.
a photograph of my brain. Yes,
And trustee. Glenn?
however.
So
I
we have the
tutoring from 5 to
17th
6.
and the 23rd, no longer the 24th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Two weeks old.
I have tutoring from 5 to 6.
If 7:30, is that cool?
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we do 7:30 then on the 23rd?
Okay, wonderful. Okay, then, so that then concludes agenda item 13.
Sorry, I think we have to actually acknowledge that we need to have another meeting later in June after 30 days after the 23rd to approve the final budget.
Well, not just 30 days after, you're gonna want to give it, because, and clerk, Hollowitz probably has more information on this, it has to be published. And so I don't know what, clerk Hollowitz, do you know how long it will take to get the notice, in with the Daily Herald? Is that something that you can have ready to go on the 24th?
Yes, I can. So the 23rd, I mean, I could get it ready. Definitely. What do you need it for? The 23rd, it does not need to be published, but the whatever date into June?
You would need to decide it on the 23rd and then.
Got it.
publish.
Yeah.
I'll have it ready for the next day. Got it.
Once it's published, the draft budget has to be available for public inspection. So we want these things to happen.
So we need the 30 days after that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yes. So then if we gave us, so if we did it on the 23rd and we made sure that it was in by the 25th and 30 days after the 26th would be conservative. So then if we carry that out to June.
Not the 22nd?
So the 22nd would be too early. So if we were looking at Monday, June 26th, or sorry, the 26th or the 20, I would suggest the 27th. You have this week.
Memorial Day, where is that all? Well, that's a Tuesday. I'll be back.
So we're talking June.
I'm gonna be quiet now. Yes, I just caught that. Sorry.
I am gone. the final week. June 25th, July 1st.
Have fun in the summer.
So we need to have a quorum together. So
Yeah, I'm free the 27th.
So the 27th, does that work for you, trustee Robinson?
Yes, works for me.
And understand that you're on vacation and trustee Geist, does the 27th work for you?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay, and then 7:30 meeting.
Good.
Okay, great. And we can make sure that that's scheduled out. Thank you all. Okay, then, agenda 13 is completed. Now we're at staff reports. And when we're going down our staff reports, the office assistant, the drivers, and the executive assistant and the director of communications all had CPR and ED training. The office assistant in particular set up the software and helped set up the software and the hardware for the transportation system. Worked a variety of different pieces with the food pantry in particular. The director of senior services goes through and explains where she's setting up her events and her future work with the township. We've been visiting a variety of different townships like Hanover Township, York Township, to see how their senior programs are run and understand what kind of software they're using to make sure that everything is being tracked as well as can be. He's setting up a SHIP training with the state that will help make sure that we are able to be senior housing or senior healthcare insurance provider counselor. And working with benefit access creation.
Do we know what kind of budget request is going?
So this is the only thing that she's focused on right now has been, what is happening is I asked all this different staff to give their budget requirements and what they're looking for in operating the services. That way, next week, when you see the budget, you understand that the staff has
Itemized.
and has given input. Yes. So from operations, we're going over where we're at with the food pantry. And with the transportation, we do expect that hopefully this week. We expect Eco Lane to be in next week, giving staff training and public training. With regards to passports, it's been going very well, with people being trained and people learning the processes, and general assistance has been going extremely well with working on training programs for staff. Then we're looking at the food pantry report at the end of this month.
The one report here is blank and it says for April of 2023,
So if
there's
you
no answers here. And
So-
it says Charlie B at Lisle Township still. The female you guys can get cleaned out.
right, and that's apparently an oversight in there, but there was a second page where all of in the back, the numbers were combined. Because it was a PDF, sometimes those things get switched over to the other page. We'll make sure that that's not switched over when it was converted in the PDF. From the food pantry visual reports, we're looking at our updated numbers for this month.
I don't know that these numbers correlate because there's only 5 numbers on that side. See, what is monthly reporting for what? Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay, I guess that.
So we'll make sure that the conversion happens on one page again, but with the food pantry report, we make sure that we always update where we're at with understanding how many households were served and how many people were served in there. So it gives you the change. The receptionists have a call log that they are responsible for filling in, letting us know where our needs are of and how they are being on a daily basis, calling how people are being helped. The caseworker statistics had 15,488 being given away in total with general assistance. There were 22 cases last month, which is a healthy load. In the communications report, There's a variety of pieces of events that were being talked about and the newsletters being worked on. There's a variety of different flyers being worked on and discussed. And you can see events and SOPs.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you know why we didn't combine resources with the Village of Lisle instead of both entities having shred days the same day and spending those dollars? And why we didn't combine resources on that?
Well, they're different entities, so we can't really do that.
I'm not sure the village
Usually,
manager asked me about it. He asked me why didn't you guys have a shred event? Well, we had a shred event. Why didn't we space them out? Because now there's not a shred event for a long time.
so
And we all get the same support, so we could have combined that support and just combined that collaborate. I just,
So what
it's not
tends
a
to,
criticism, it's a question.
so what tends to happen is a lot of shred events happen after tax day. So the day that we had our shred event, and we're gonna make sure that in the future, we look and see when other shred events were happening and are happening.
Okay.
State Senator Laura Elman, Janet A. War, we're having a shred event, and the Park District had a shred event on the same day. It's a popular day to shred. The week after taxes are due.
But in a community this size, to have 3 shred events, all 2 minutes from each other's, it just seems like not a good use of resource or time or staff, because you had staff here that day, right? So,
And I think in the future, they need to, coordinate and make sure that they're not having them on the same day. I think
Okay,
is
good.
gonna be a really good suggestion, and we're working to make sure that happens. Okay, then, that's the staff reports. Discussion, we're on agenda item 15, discussion and possible action on pantry software. And that's where, this is the software that we were talking about from the food pantry perspective, and there are 2 options that we can do. The first option, and this is all for, these were priced out specifically for us, and they're given a 30-day time limit as to when they're available. So we want to make sure that you had these options. The first one would be where we worked with the underneath. Sorry, the first one is if we were to do it on our own, 100% on our own without the West Suburban. And
Like not merging.
not merging our software systems. What right now we have the option to do is essentially come in on their software, get a lot of their data as well for a half the price. So
we were sharing the burden.
we'd be sharing the burden.
So they're serving how many more people than we are?
The whole county of DuPage
Right.
and the whole county of West Suburban, so they have actually like 8 counties. So they have
Oh, wow.
a much larger footprint than we do.
So I don't see why we would share it 50-50. That doesn't seem equitable.
So it's not 50-50. They're paying a much higher price. This is just our portion,
And
their contract, because they are
sorry,
so
I
much.
said half.
So it would be half for us for the 2 options. So if we do it on our own, just by ourselves, it's 2,145. If we go underneath their umbrella of their pantry software, and have all of our own options that we could understand, hey, this is what we do for the virtual option, this is what we're doing for the regular option that we've been doing, the shop, the customer client choice, where you're in person. We would have the data that would then give you all a whole lot of information of the need, depicting what they want, depicting and having the ability to equitably translate into 31 languages immediately. So this is a huge benefit for the people of Lisle Township. I would recommend, frankly, the 1,022.50 option, because it gives us the things that we need, all within what we're looking to do with the added data that would come from West Suburban.
Do I have an opinion on this? I was
think
actually gonna
it's-
vote to table it until
I-
the new pantry guy gets Sarah to get,
I honestly, I mean, I do, I see some value in it. But I also know most people, especially when it's not during the school year, may not have access to computers in their home. And coming here to do an order and coming back here to pick up an order seems redundant.
that's
From
a
a
good, I
process
didn't, that's a
perspective-
great point. I honestly never even thought of
I
it
know,
because
you guys thought I was
transportation,
such a creep.
transportation is an issue for people who are food insecure a lot of times.
It really is, so they can call in and make their order, just like they're making an order for a restaurant.
Yeah, well, I'm throwing ideas out. I wasn't looking for solutions yet. So I was just throwing things out that I'm thinking of, kind of like as it's hitting me right now. So I think that, so those are something to think about. Also, the idea of placing an order and then having to come here to pick it up at a specific time when transportation is an issue. I don't know. I think we're taking some of their freedom away. I don't know. I didn't, when I looked at their list of the food items they had, like, first of all, I was here that day. I've never seen so much ginger in my life. I didn't even know people use that much ginger, and I love ginger, but I was like, wow, that's a lot of ginger. So I do think we have a variety. Well, the items I saw here, I thought were really abundant. I saw all staples and basic items. So maybe that's just me, and I'd like to come more and become more familiar with it before I would make a decision. And I would encourage you guys to do the same thing, because I think there are people who've been coming here who feel this is, I don't know, I feel like this is their place. And to automate them takes some of the relational piece out, in my opinion. And we're so relational, we're not transactional. And everything we're talking about feels very transactional. And that's another thing I'm just thinking out loud. It doesn't mean it's the truth, it's just what I'm brainstorming. So there's that piece. But I do think we need a system where we're tracking people, and I don't know what that looks like. And I think that, because I know when I was here, there were multiple people from one household, all had carts and all loaded, and so household, right? So we want to make sure we're taking care of everyone, and it's difficult to do that if people are using it in a different way than it's intended, because it's intended to be a support, not the source. It's a support tool, not the tool.
So the
right?
only way to get that information
Well, that's what I'm
is
saying. I
to
get
have
that.
a method of
That's why I'm
understanding.
saying, so I gave you the kind of the pro and the con of what I'm thinking out loud. I'd
And,
like to think about it a little bit more.
and so when we're looking at this option here, Gerald, the operations manager, said, we do not have the ability to get all of this. This is supplementing. This is not this is not stopping the food pantry as it is by
But
any means.
at what expense? She said she's spending 30,000 a month on supplying this food. They're not gonna give it to us for free.
We are getting it. That's what you heard, where there is zero costs associated with getting the food. So that food alone, the 1 week of that food would pay for this whole
Okay, so
software.
quick question. So the software, is that like the purchase of the software, and then what's the annual licensing use?
So it's 1,000, when you look at this agreement.
Because I do see value in tracking. That's one of the things I noticed when I was here that day. There was nobody signing in or checking in. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. You need volunteers who, like a real solid volunteer list. And not just people who, like, I don't know, I just felt like there were sometimes people were in line and maybe they're at the end of the line, and I saw it where there was only maybe one or two of something, and so a volunteer would go and take it and give it to that person, but there's people still in line. Like, there needs to be like, these are the rules, these are the guidelines, this is what you do when you come set up, because even if you're a volunteer, there's still be rules and guidelines for how you conduct yourself in the pantry.
We do,
Right.
we have a whole handbook on that.
But I
Um,
watched it happen, I'm just telling you.
I agree.
You
and
should
so-
not be taking stuff out of the line. There's other people in line and giving it to someone because maybe that's your favorite person. Like, I don't know why you would do that, but I don't think it's right. So there needs to be policy. But
Okay, I think we need to stay on topic.
I'm staying on topic because
the
there needs to be
pantry.
policies and guidelines. And going back to the tracking system, there's nobody, Those people are just scribbling and just grabbing a cart and filling it. I do see value in having a tracking system so that we know, are these same people going? Are they literally just hopping or are they genuinely in need? And
There's
how will you
no-
know that without any identification?
Exactly.
Because
So
when they register, will they have to have identification?
what they do is that they fill in a list of information pieces
Okay,
that are figuring out, yes, it's identification, it's their address, and we would know.
and we'll verify it.
And so I believe that this is how it's done, yes.
So who would be the responsible for verifying the integrity of the data that they input?
So
Because I can
West
tell you I live at
Suburban.
123 Apple Street,
So
right?
West Suburban has created this whole process
Mhm.
and they're helping to, again, educate us to how to do this. And so this is a brand new system that we need to work out the processes
I
because
know all of that. Those are all statements of obvious. I just asked a question. Will there be a system for how we will check the integrity of data? That's all. I just.
and like I just said,
No,
yes.
you didn't. You went into a longer, I get it. It's a new process.
Trustee
We have
guys,
to
I'm
learn it.
trying to answer
We
your
have to- no,
question.
But it's just yes or no. We don't know. Either we know or we don't know. That's it. That's
We're
it.
creating the process.
Okay.
Yes, we
All
are
right,
creating that
that's it. That's
process.
all. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to move it along. So.
Being in education, I look at lots of data systems and I value real-time data, which, survey months past. I think this is a pretty good price for it. I just think it's a good value. It'll provide us insight.
We don't have anything like this right now.
We don't have anything like this right now.
I'm telling you, I think you do need something because there needs to be a way to track it, but it's the data is only as good as the data. So we
Yes,
can
and
have
so-
Entry, yeah.
So it
and
doesn't
the-
matter if we have this tool, if the information that goes in isn't accurate, it's or
Totally
it's not, then it's not good data, right?
Totally agree.
So.
So we have to start off with getting the software. And then we can, refine the process, create the standard operating procedure for how we verify the data.
At the $2,000 one, what, just for clarity. At the 2,000 mark, it's our system, it's our data. We're not sharing it, right? But
Right?
at the 1,000, we're sharing it. But what, do we need to share it?
I think that we would want to know what happens in West Suburban, because without knowing, essentially, we won't know the crossover, we won't know.
Unless they
how-
register differently in one system than the other.
Right, and I don't, and the other piece is that we also need to get the food. For that free food, we need to have an ability to acquire that, and that means that we have to share information. So the free food is actually requires half the price of software.
Well, I know, but let's go back. So if someone registers here, if they register, if we're sharing this tool. And someone registers at Lisle Township, right, at the if we're at the 1,000 rate where we're sharing. Will it be a duplicate entry if they go and register at West Suburban? Like, will it be a signal, will flag, ooh, there's a duplicate entry here?
No, because.
Why not? We would want that.
No, we wouldn't.
We're-
That's what she just
If
said.
I say, if I'm Jane Smith and I register at Lisle Township as Jane Smith at 123 Apple Street, and then I go to West Suburban and I register as Jane Smith at 123 Apple Street, is the system gonna know
Sure.
that I'm,
Okay,
Yeah,
it would
the
be
customer
shared, so
have that.
yes, it would know, but here's, I guess, the point that I was trying to answer. Is that if the person were to be going to both places. We understand that neither one of our organizations will be able to sustain that whole person's, all of their needs. So going to multiple food pantries is a way of life for the food insecure.
I think that's true. But. Okay, in an ideal, if I, just because I don't have the schedules all in front of me, so I apologize, but. If I go to West Suburban and Lisle Township. And I could max out both in a week, how many times can I go to a food pantry?
Once.
No,
Each week.
I think once the.
Said, what was it, twice a week?
Go once to each location.
Yeah.
And the reality
that's
is
not,
that,
that's not, you don't think that's that's not abundant? I think that is good.
okay, so
You
the.
said that's not enough, I think that's good.
That I didn't say that wasn't enough. I said that what we need, what can't be done is one entity, meaning West Suburban or ourselves. Being able to fulfill all that person's needs or that family's needs. They're gonna likely need to go to multiple food pantries.
You can't say no,
and we can't say no,
right? And they can't say.
and they can't say no. We're legally not allowed to
I mean,
say
it's
no.
nice information to know, but you can't say no.
Right,
I'm not sure you want to say no.
exactly.
You don't want to say no.
Well,
Okay,
So I think we're looking at this more of going to track our volume and who we're servicing more so than uses. a
Right,
cross-check.
as long as we have the questions answered of making sure that it is truly tracked. You can't be a you can't see, you can be a duplicate.
it's one, the point is it's gonna be one database. If it's with theirs, then basically we would be giving our database to them. And they would be sharing some of that information. And
So
we
can I register, what if I just register as a different name? What's the identifier?
You're going to register as Autumn Geist if it was you. And then in each place you would be registering as,
How do I show them that I'm on, guys?
there would be identification. that you
That's
would
what I'm
have to
asking,
show.
what kind of identification, right?
I would go to what trustee Page said at the beginning of it. All these answers could be gotten with our new food pantry director. It just seems to be a little bit premature. I mean, it sounds like everyone's pretty much in favor, but it sounds like, we don't really know which way we want to go with this. We don't really know enough about West Suburban, and maybe the new food pantry director can pull this all together so there's a comprehensive plan. So we're not buying this prior to knowing what it truly can do. And that person's going to be the person working with it.
So to be super clear, West Suburban are the experts on this topic. They have a budget that is over the budget of our entire township.
Who else
And
are they
they've been-
partnering with,
And they went through and gave you partners that they were working with, the two different,
That was 2 hours ago.
sorry, it was two different.
Sorry, what townships? Sorry. What
So-
other townships are they partnering with?
So they're in our township. And so it makes the most sense for us to work with them. But they
No, I
didn't
was asking
say
if they were
any other
working-
townships.
okay.
They did say that there were some municipalities that they were working with.
Okay,
And whatnot. So if we want to get back to the software, is there anybody that wants to make a motion to accept which of these programs?
Well, if you go with the second one, that means that you're also agreeing to partner with the West Suburban, because that's what that's about, right? So it's a bigger decision than just, one or the other, which may be the right way to go, but you don't know yet.
So as the CEO described, what we're doing, and I can bring up that presentation again, is that we're working together, just like we work with Northern Illinois Food Bank, just like we work with Loaves and Fishes, and we're being extremely clear about what we're trying to do together. What we're right now just trying to do is start by sharing information with this software.
no, but what she's asking
they're
is,
trying to
are
give
we
us the-
approving, what she's asking, you guys are not talking about the same thing. What she's asking is by approving, if we approve the $1,022.50, are we automatically agreeing to partner with them as our hybrid support team? Or are we just agreeing to the software for now?
You're agreeing to the software because there doesn't need to be an agreement as to partnership with.
And that's what we're asking for clarity on. So right
So
now,
why would you do the 1,022 and get that software if you're not partnering with them? Because that's what it's all about. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you know what the capacity, they said that would be a supplement to what we're doing now, but in what capacity is that a supplement to us? Meaning, how much food are we really still, you're talking, and I'm sorry, I'm talking and I can't hear you.
I know, because I don't know why you can't hear me because I'm so loud. What she's saying is it doesn't mean that they're gonna do the food part. We're just gonna use the software so we get the discount and we can share the data.
And
So-
we're getting free food.
And we'll get free food.
Meaning
But
that
you're part of the program. You're part of the program, which is not bad, but you're making that decision.
Yeah, that's
we're
true.
making that decision that we would
They're
like
two separate things. though.
free food. And in order to get that free food, we need to communicate technologically for
I
that.
apologize, Debbie, you're right. It is the
And
same thing.
so
Yeah.
the piece that we're discussing, again, is the software that would allow us data that we don't have anywhere near. It would allow us the ability to have infrastructure with regards to translation abilities. It would allow us to yes, do the hybrid model that we've just been discussing so that nobody has to, so that we have more data to understand
Right.
how the current food
But-
pantry is working
but
and
she's
how
right.
the virtual food pantry is working.
But she's right, we're approving the whole partnership once we do that.
There isn't a partnership between.
Yes, this got
Yeah.
into the packet at 1:25, so there really wasn't a whole lot of time to really even ask questions on it. I just think maybe you want to come back with a comprehensive plan and maybe the food pantry person in place. So we know who's servicing who and by what amounts.
And so to start off with, we have to start off with software that would help us plan. If we don't have software, then everything else doesn't happen.
But
We
you
can't-
need,
So the start of this is the software. And I'm gonna.
but I
start-
don't agree that it starts with buying stuff. I think it starts with a plan of what you feel and the director of the pantry see what the vision of the food pantry is and how it's going to be run. And then this is the tool to get to the means.
I think that you're right. I think that we have to have the plan and then we are agreeing to the software. I think we all agree that the data that we're able to extract from it is gonna be critical. So I think we're all on the same page with that, right?
So this is the
But we wanna
plan.
know what the plan looks like.
And that's what Suzanne came and described in depth. And
But
this
she didn't
is,
speak to the concerns that I expressed that you guys said you didn't think about. So I thought I brought some things to the table that we hadn't thought about. Like transportation and then coming here twice, coming to order, coming back to pick up. Can I just ask a question? Because I don't work in the food pantry. And I'm trying to think, the only person in this room right now who's been here like on a regular basis and has seen how it works is the staff, right? So Gerald's not here to speak to it. And
I'm here
Lisa
quite a
Rose,
bit.
yeah, you're here. Well, but you've been here 2 years. How long have you been here? 7. Do you see the value of the tracking system of the software? No, why not?
I don't think it would help clients,
Why not?
because I don't think they speak English. I don't think they would comprehend.
But it's gonna do whatever language they speak in.
It will translate.
It will translate.
Yeah.
But how are you gonna identify them? Are you gonna ask them for ID? These people don't have any ID. These people come here to get free food.
Oh, that's a
All
good
this
point.
data,
So
you could come.
But that's what kind of what I was saying is the data is only as good as the data, right? Like, if we're not getting real data, we can put anything we want into a software,
Yes.
but if
we
someone
can.
doesn't have an ID,
And so the really great thing is we also have a contract with the DuPage Federation that gives us language translating skills. So if we do have a translation issue, we do have several people in the back that. help us.
translation I'm not worried about, because you said the software will do it. I think that's amazing.
Mhm. But you
But
need to have the people.
Not everybody
to-
has identification.
Totally understand, but again, you need to, again, have the ability to have that conversation in order to do that. And so one of the
I want
pieces.
data. I
Right,
want, I
and
want
the
good
only,
data.
right now, the only thing that we can do is take a signature. That's all that we have in place. And so in order for the next
But
food
is it-
pantry director.
Is it though? When someone comes here, can't you ask them for identification?
So we can, but then
Because right
where,
now you could be operating just a natural Excel, like, we should know the clients that are coming anyway. Like, why couldn't we have been extracting that with every visit? List, like driver's license or state ID, great, thank you.
okay,
I don't know
so
why-
part
I'm
of this
just curious.
is that you have to have the software and the technology that would incorporate all of that information naturally. So West Suburban mentioned that in their process, they had every one of their programs specifically programmed. And there isn't another township, there isn't another software like this. Wayne Township
no.
has this
We
software.
agree, I
And-
agree that there's value in this software. I'm just asking, if you're not able to collect their driver's license without the software, how are you gonna collect their driver's license and identify them with the software?
We would just need to have, again, the process in order to do this and have the software that we would then want to enter it in. Excel is an extremely old process.
My driver's license, why are
So-
people not showing their driver's license now?
Because they don't have it.
They don't have them.
Or ID, sorry.
They don't have it.
Okay, so are you guys following where I'm going now?
Yes.
So if there's
Yeah.
no ID to show now, what ID is there to show to go into his database?
So again, we need to start the process that then would allow us to better collect the information and use it. And so the reason why, from a process perspective, that we want to go with the most acceptable, most advanced, highly cost-effective process and software is because not only would we then give more food immediately as soon as we started working with this, free food to the people in our township, we would allow ourselves to allow for the translation, we would allow for equity issues. For example, the reality is people start lining
There's
up
no
at
you're-
6
that-
p.m.
This is where we go down this rabbit hole. Because it's just a question, but you bring up all of these things. I know we're trying to help people. I know our purpose is to take care of people. That's all great, and I'm all on board with that. I'm asking a question. We're not collecting identification now without the software. So how will we collect identification with the software so that we can have good data? The software will only be as good as the data that goes in.
I
If we
agree.
can't collect their identification now without it,
We
why are we
can,
always, why aren't we doing that?
because we right now haven't
We just have
developed
them scribble. No,
the
there could be,
infrastructure.
no, there could be. an
Trustee
Excel
guys, could you
spreadsheet.
let me finish this,
Let me
please?
finish. And there could be a
So
spreadsheet where
actually
when
in
they
here,
sign,
I
they
need
put
to-
their state ID or their driver's license number on that spreadsheet.
point of order, we need to, this has been a very much ongoing conversation, but when we look at the rules of this meeting, the supervisor has to address the person that is speaking, and we can make sure that we're making sure that this is a orderly meeting, so
I was asking questions.
Mhm.
That's not just speaking.
So
I was
that-
asking a question, and it's a fair question. If the data is only good as the data. If we can't, right now, if we just have people scribble on a line now. We don't need a system to say, show me your ID, so we start tracking that.
Okay, here's
Now.
what needs to happen, is that there needs to be a process in place that we would then have to roll out. And since the former food director left in February, he didn't develop a system in previous times.
I get it,
And we didn't, and as a township, have a system developed. And
right?
so since February, one of the pieces that we've been looking at is, okay, does Loaves and Fishes, which system do they have? What software do they have? Northern Illinois, which software do they have? And then we went to West Suburban and figured out which software they have, as well as the other townships, to make sure that as we are progressing, is we started to, in February, we started writing down our routes, which was the first time that the routes were written down and systemized.
Yeah,
And then in March, we're making sure that as we're getting 30% higher need than in February, 30% higher need, that we're understanding that we can get more food because we need more food. This is a national
we agree on
crisis.
that.
And the best way that we can do this is buying a very inexpensive software that would then allow us to work more closely
Okay,
with West Suburban,
Thank
just
you
like
for-
the hospitals,
thank
the
you.
churches,
Yeah.
and the other municipalities.
Thank you for clarifying and reiterating that. I heard you. I hear you, but I'm still asking the same question. And if I need to ask the question a different way, is anybody else understanding what I'm asking? So all this time since February, since Charlie's been gone and we've been looking for process improvement, why are we just having people scribble on a line? Why haven't we been asking for identification since February? So that we were making sure that we were meeting the needs of all the people, but that we were keeping track of it. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's not a big deal. Or a Google form right there at a computer. It's not that hard. I agree we're gonna get the software. That's not the discussion. I agree I want to give out more food. But if since February or even before, why would we just let it scribble? Because if there's no ID to just check in, why is there gonna be ID all of a sudden for a software? So it's not, yes, we're gonna be able to track if we have information that's accurate to track.
Well, that's why 20 minutes ago, I said, maybe let's table this for another, there's just so much to discuss here. I agree with you. There's so much to talk about. 11:35 at night is just not it.
I get it. I'm just saying, I want to approve it, but I also want good data.
Yeah,
And
that's why I think the new food pantry director should be involved with this decision. You know,
Because they're all good questions, but you don't have to come up with the answer. Let the food pantry come up with the plan and, maybe let them know what your concerns are with it. So they can make a plan to bring back to the board. And then this would be, the software may or may not be part of it. And they could come back and say, you know what, the best thing is to work with West Suburban, and then we only pay the $1,000, but this is what it's gonna look like from now on.
I think you're right, but I don't think that the new pantry director would have a difference of opinion. They're gonna be a new employee. They're gonna go with what the recommendation is. So that's fine. I still support this 1000%. I'm just asking, we had the ability to look at IDs before, so we have not done that.
The
So
reason why is because we're wanting to be deliberate about the changes that we make.
okay,
And so we wanted to make one change all at the same time, properly
instead of
communicate that. And
Okay.
instead of making a change that we didn't have the software then to collect the information properly.
are we in a time constraint to get this approved?
So every week that goes by, there is a need that's outstanding that we're not able to meet. So the time constraint is based on the amount of people that we want to feed in a week. And the amount, when you all want to get to that understanding of that data, that would be extremely helpful. But, and again, we get free food with working with this piece. And as we've just mentioned several times,
Well,
the
they should just give
ability-
us free food because they have extra free food, but that's another.
and they do. So today we got a,
They're tracking
Yeah,
their
I get it.
inventory.
and today we got an extra pallet of food because they did, an extra half pallet of food. But again, we do not have this type of a choice. That does not exist right now.
Okay.
So if, again,
So
does
you-
anybody want to
Trustee
make?
Page, you think we wait till the food pantry person starts and let them talk to Supervisor Hewitt? You think they're gonna have a different opinion after they talk to her? I don't think so.
I don't know,
I
but,
don't think so.
No,
So
but
I,
they can learn the systems too.
and I'd be willing to have a conversation, what, I don't, we just hired a new director. They're coming into this position and we're gonna implement a major change just before the new director comes in,
they should be part of the change is what you're saying.
Yes,
they
Professional
can't-
courtesy.
They
Okay.
can't be, this is being approved, if this were being approved, then none of this can happen until after the food pantry director starts. So they will, of course, be a part of all of the discussions and all of any input that is being done. So it gives them the understanding of frankly, the board's part of our job is to set policy and direction. And we understand that every month we need more food. That's one of the direction of what has been going with the need. It's a
I have a
national
question.
issue.
Is
Yes,
the food pantry open to only Lisle Township residents,
No.
or is it open to everybody?
Everybody.
Anybody who wants to come in?
Right.
Anybody can.
And that could be why we're having shortages.
Mhm.
That's
But
an
we-
issue.
Yes, it is. And so one of the pieces that we've done and we've instituted about that very issue is when there's somebody that's sitting down and watching some of the signatures when they come in. And if anybody has a town that is not in our township, we remind them of the other food pantry options. There's a document sitting at the food pantry table that depicts all of the food pantries in the county. So that we can tell them, hey, if you're coming from Chicago, we really cannot say no. But at the same time, we can give them options of, here's some food pantries that are closer.
But they could still keep coming back.
And we, right
And
now,
the day that I worked, that you said you didn't need my help after we sat in the staff meeting the day before where they said we needed volunteers. And I came to help and you told me I could go home. And another volunteer who I sat here was told to go home. We didn't have enough volunteers, but there was nobody sitting at that table manning people checking in. There wasn't.
so I was there, sitting there, and then I was standing, okay, yeah, that was me. That was sitting there.
Okay.
That was sitting, and the reality is I've shown trustee Robinson that came in as well, is we have 6 carts to unload groceries with. We have a very confined space in which when we're unloading all of those trucks, we also have people coming through with carts. So we usually have a full house where.
I know, you
at
said
8
there were 6
people.
people and there was 1 person in back, but that's beside the point. I was just saying that we don't have a system in place where there's somebody dedicated to sitting there the whole time. I was there, I didn't see anybody sitting there the whole time.
So you're right, I was moving and moving boxes in part of that time, and I was also cycling back because my computer was right there, and I wanted to make sure nobody.
Walked off, I got it.
So I was definitely right there with my computer, and my drink.
Okay, move
Is
on.
there anything else with?
Make a
regards
motion to table the discussion and possible action of pantry software.
One second.
Okay, and any other discussion? And a roll call vote on that.
Trustee Geist. Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
No. Okay, it is tabled till the next time.
How
And-
fast?
I will. I put on the spreadsheet I sent you, and let me take you back to the second page with the total for the fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. The difference between those numbers is $1,389,000. That's composed of $774,000 for fuel tanks, $352,000 for the pumps. I hope to have a full cadre of labor for the full year, so the labor is up 102,000. Fuel is up 50,000 because I expect to provide fuel for the buses. $50,000 for contingency and $25,000 for law enforcement. Those are the major changes. The question on the table now is the fuel pumps. They just had a birthday, they're 39 years old. The tanks. Life expenditure, expenditure is 35 to 40 years old. The other place. The question is, what do? Do we replace them as is? That's the $1 million. We pull them out, put 10,000 gallon tanks, 8,000 gallon tanks back. Do we need that? We've had some discussions with the other municipalities, with Park District, Fire District, and the village. And I guess the one question is, can we use just one central facility for fuel? One source? Maybe. Would that include gas and diesel? Gasoline usage is so far down. The only people who really use gasoline is the police. We use very little. The fire department. So do we need gas? You know, if you had the mother of all storms and it came through the township, how far would you have to go to buy gasoline? Bolingbrook? Eaton? Is that an unusual thing to do? I don't know. So that's what I ask my fellow municipalities. What do you need? What do we need in the ultimate catastrophe? And they say, you can drive 10 to 15 minutes.
Or you can have above ground tanks delivered. This is my husband's business. Not that I'm advocating it,
Yeah,
but there are options.
exactly.
to that.
So, you know, you get the big store, so perhaps we don't need gas. We buy the cards and you go to, there's all sorts of programs that you get, and it's not as inexpensive as if you watch. But to offset the cost of putting in a tank, that's all I get. So unless we're leaning towards, we have to have gasoline as the emergency supply at the township level. I don't think we do.
So this is just the gasoline, not the
No.
jet fuel.
That's, pardon me. What I have in the budget is for replacement of both gasoline and diesel. But, you know, if you have other ideas, let me know.
Well, how much less is it to just do diesel?
Well, now, if we're gonna do diesel, another question. Do we do diesel for all of us? Or do we diesel for me alone? How do you do that? If you look at diesel, the usage between the three of us. I can get away with an above ground tank for 6,000 gallons. That's really cheap. I'm not gonna service anybody else, it's just gonna be us. We're gonna put it above ground. Is how much time does it take to drive back and forth between their facility and our facility? 10, 15 minutes. they're close, I know, but you gotta get out of the truck, you do all that, and you're gonna top off, and want the trucks topped off every day. Every day. Right, so you're gonna have, so even if we do every other day, that's 10 or 15 minutes each day for 4 or 5 trucks. That's lit. So it would be more cost effective, and I think for the fire department, village, and for us, to get our own smaller tank for diesel.
So our buses, transit buses, are they gonna be gas, they're gonna be diesel?
I understand they're gonna be gasoline.
That's what I thought. Okay, so you
We're
were.
pushing them off and saying, you're gonna join, you're gonna do what I do. We're gonna get a program, and you're gonna go to what the villagers use for the police station, you go to a local station.
Okay,
Yeah, it's more expensive than buying your own,
I understand.
but
So we have diesel for the trucks for the road district. Is there another purpose of why we have diesel? I got a sense that we were like an emergency cash if we needed to.
no, other than us, no. And if you make that tank smaller, we could even go down to 5,000 gallons. Then it's cost effective, because you're gonna wind up paying. It varies. 50 to 75 cents per gallon. More if you go outside, you go to local gas. So the volume of diesel makes it cost effective for the road district to put it in its own tank.
Right, but exclusively for the use of the road district.
Yes, oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, that would be the primary purpose. Certainly, if there's an emergency, it would be better.
So the budget numbers reflect putting in a gas tank, putting in a diesel tank, and providing fuel for the transit program.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I just wanted to be, and the next time around, if that decision has been finalized, we'll reflect that.
okay.
But everything else I expect to be pretty much is.
Quick question I had. Do you ever depreciate an asset?
We don't capitalize.
You don't capitalize anything. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna understand.
Yeah, we. We're not required by the Financial Standards Board to capitalize our assets for the financial statement.
So everything becomes cash. Effectively, the year incurred the expense fully. Realized.
Yeah, and that's what throws off your numbers. If you buy a truck. In 1 year, you don't buy a truck in another year.
Yeah.
It's $250,000.
Yeah, and 353 for fuel tanks, right? Or the fuel pumps, right?
Right. It makes a big difference. But, and that's the other thing I want to point out, if you look at the 3 prior years at the bottom. For fiscal year 21, it turned out to be 2.778. For 22, it turned out to be 2.65. And for 23, it was 2.835. Pretty consistent.
And then you get a spike of 4.2.
And I expect that to.
And that comes out of the reserve, right?
Yes,
Because your levy isn't 4 million, right?
pardon me?
The levy for the road district isn't 4 million, right?
No, and I've been able to reduce the levy 10% the last 3 years.
Okay, so that's come out of reserve. Yeah, okay.
Did you have any particular questions on any line? I mean, they fluctuate some of it.
So does this, will this work to pay down? Or to then be underneath the tax objectors collections or your ability to then take another levy? Or is this understanding that you're likely not to do a levy next year or this year?
I would ask, well, I'd go through the numbers again, but I think I had to reserve this number because I didn't know where we were gonna go. I've been saving up to replace those tanks for a number of years. That's why I get that.
7 million.
No, it's not that, but that's okay. So if we come down and say, we don't need 2 tanks, we only need the 1 tank. Then next year I'll reduce the levy to offset.
So you expect to have virtually no levy next year?
No, the levy's more than. The levy's over 2.
Okay.
I guess my only question is the law enforcement for the
Pardon me?
speeding and law enforcement.
Yeah,
I'm just curious because we went from 0 to 25,000 and I see it was more closer to that in 22. But can you help me understand? Is that,
what we have done in the past is ask for special patrols and sort of speeding areas. In around school.
okay,
What we found out, what several of the deputies finally told me, was they weren't writing tickets. So we would pay money out to send patrol out to Ivanhoe. And they would stop some people if they weren't getting tickets.
Oh, wow.
It's their discretion.
Oh,
So I said, well, it's not doing me any good. To send the patrol. But I think I'm going to get an agreement from them that they'll agree to some tickets being issued. They'll agree to issue a ticket for everybody over X miles per hour and discussing what that. can achieve.
and that would probably include around the elementary school. or-
Yes.
Yes.
But we've got a couple high traffic areas that people will speak Ivanhoe, which goes from Warrenville to Ogden, right where DuPage Medical is.
Cut through
It's a race.
But Smith and 59th are really bad too. So people racing to get to the schools and there's kids walking.
Yeah, and then. And the red turns and stuff. But it's difficult to get that. Okay. Anyway. If you come across anything during the month, then I'll send you with more information, because I like to show you the labor costs, and I build that up by each guy and how much it costs.
And you said you're saving 10% consistently every year.
Mhm.
What do you think the key to that is?
Well, a lot of it's just operational. efficiency. I mean, the new phone system, I don't know how much that saves, but when you plug it in, that saved us. Because we were paying AT&T lines, and all of my alarms were out through the AT&T landlines, and they were very expensive. So, but
Great, though, thank you.
two other things for the weekend. The mail carrier's food drive is this Saturday,
not this weekend, okay.
okay? And also the car care clinic is this Saturday.
That's posted on your website so we can share it?
Down in my road.
I can make sure that it's on our website. Is that all?
I just have, are you taking care of the notice?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it for questions for the proposed budget of for the road district? Okay, great. Then we're moving on to agenda item 17, the reports of elected officials. So Highway Commissioner Young.
I gave you everything. Oh, there's one question. Did you authorize an extension of the meeting?
Rule breakers order, and would anybody like to authorize the extension of the meeting?
I'll make a motion to authorize the extension of the meeting.
Okay,
Who said it? I'm sorry.
The person you can't hear.
Trust Geist.
Got it.
Sit in the room, the person who can project their voice across a parking line.
Go figure. And I could hear everything you just said. Who seconded it?
I'll second.
Trustee Page seconded, and any discussion? And then a roll call vote.
Trustee Geist? I'll assume, yes, I apologize. Trustee McGovern?
yes,
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson? Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, then moving to the reports of elected officials, and then Assessor Trowbridge.
The 2121 building is under contract. To sell, and we are expecting I'm assuming it's 1031. They're talking about if the due diligence is completed, they're going to be closed, and if it passes, it's going to be closed in 60 days.
And the owner, there's no issue with the owners wanting to do anything different?
They just conveyed that information to me, so I could. I want to let you know that the postcard. That's all I have.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, Assessor Trowbridge, Trustee Geist, nothing. Trustee McGovern,
Our last tutoring Tuesday with the township is this coming Tuesday, May 16th at Lisle Park District Door 5. And I just wanted to extend gratitude to all of our volunteer tutors we have this year.
wonderful. Thank you for all of that you've done and for all that your tutors are doing for the people of Lisle Township. Trustee Robinson,
The only report, you're all part of the finance committee next May 3rd. Thank you for your help setting that up. We've got our rules. I sort of laid out orders. We want to resolve historical, review any open issues, and then develop policies, procedures, and also the budgets and the levies. So thank you for your participation. We'll see you a week tonight.
thank you, Trustee Robinson, Trustee Page.
No report.
Thank you, Trustee Page. I commend you and County Board Member Paula Deacon Garcia and the whole team that is doing so much with the garden and making sure that we're again feeding the people of Lisle Township. For my part, we are working on a variety of different pieces from an environmental perspective. We're working on our Earth flag with scarce. We have already implemented a variety of different pieces that we're going to make sure are publicly rolled out. We're trying to create plans for how we're recycling styrofoam plastics, plastic bags and metal. And that is going to be all of the different, at the last meeting in April, we had the scarce give us our environmental audit. And in the budget, next budget meeting, I'm going to give you all information as to how we can make some improvements, policy changes, and what that means for our budget discussions of how we can make sure that we're as environmentally sound as we can be as a township and making the improvements that need to be made. From a grant perspective, State Representative Tara Costa Howard gave us the very welcome and gratefully expected information that the state of Illinois has given us a $60,000 grant. We're not sure of the details yet, but we're looking forward to getting more information. Normally you apply, and this is a reverse situation. So we're working on figuring out what we can spend that $60,000 on. So those are the major pieces that we've been working on, as well as improvement in options for you're all getting some budget information from staff. So there's a variety of different software programs that you're gonna hear about more. And so I'm sure that I look forward to hearing, giving you all that information. Any questions? Okay, then we can move on to agenda item 18, old business. Anyone with old business that hasn't been discussed? Okay, hearing nothing, moving on to new business, agenda item 19. Okay, moving on to agenda item 20, review and approval of minutes. We'll start with the 4-5.
I'll make a motion to approve the 4/5/2023 special Lisle Township Board meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Page and Trustee McGovern. Any discussion? Okay, then a roll call vote.
Trustee Geist,
Yes.
trustee McGovern. Trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Okay, then moving along to the next meeting, which was the 4/10/23 special board meeting. Next,
I'll make a motion to approve the April 10th, 2023 special Lisle Township Board meeting minutes.
thank you, trustee Page.
Second,
Thank you, trustee McGovern. Any discussion?
You make nice notes.
Good job.
And then a roll call vote.
Trustee Geist. Trustee McGovern.
Yes.
Trustee Page,
Yes,
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. And then we're moving on to the April 12th, 2023 meetings.
I'll make a motion to accept the April 12th, 2023 Lisle Township Board meeting minutes.
I'll keep the pattern. Second,
Thank you, trustee Page and trustee McGovern. Any discussion? And then, roll call vote.
Trustee Geist,
yes.
trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page,
Yes,
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Okay, moving on to the May 3rd, 2023 minutes.
I'll make a motion to accept the May 3rd, 2023 Lisle Township Board meeting minutes.
Second,
Thank you, trustee Page and trustee McGovern. Any discussion? And then a roll call vote.
Trustee Geist,
Yes.
trustee McGovern,
yes.
trustee Page,
Yes,
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Agenda item 21 is executive session if needed. I don't believe we need an executive session. Does anybody? Okay, great. It sounds like we don't need one. Does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, trustee Page and
I'll second.
thank you, trustee McGovern. Well, any discussion? And the roll call vote.
Trustee Geist,
Yes.
trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page, trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Good.